Hello, welcome to this special session of the Planning and Development Council of the Town of Oakville. Madam Clerk, do we have any regrets?
We have no regrets this evening.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, there don't appear to be any. Would two of us like to move us into Committee of the Whole? Councillor Adams and Councillor Chisholm, you have the fastest reflexes tonight. Any objection to the motion? There's no objection, Madam Clerk, and so the motion carries, and we're now resolved into Committee of the Whole. Madam Clerk, would you like to make the announcement about how you can participate from home?
If there is anyone watching the live stream of this meeting on oakville.ca, and if you wish to speak to this item, please call 905-815-6095, and we will connect you to the meeting. You will be called upon to speak following the registered delegations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In fact, we have 4 registered delegations, and we have a presentation from Jeff Adma, our senior planner on this file. Jeff, we're ready to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, members of council. I'm just waiting to see if my presentation will be shared, or do I share that myself? Okay, there we go. So as the slide says, I'll be speaking today about the Midtown Oakville Urban Growth Center. Next slide, please. As you just heard, as this is a public statutory hearing, I just want to make it clear again that if anyone's watching the live stream of this meeting and you wish to speak to this item, please call the number above, 905-815-6095, and you will be connected to the meeting, and you will be called upon to speak following the registered delegations. Next slide, please. The purpose of this public hearing is to present a town-initiated official plan amendment to Livable Oakville that implements the findings of the Midtown Oakville Growth Area Review. The draft OPA proposes to update the land use policies and the associated mapping for Midtown. Well, where is Midtown? If you're not already familiar with it, it's the area shown in yellow here. It's the area around the Oakville GO station between the QEW on the north and Cornwall Road on the south, between 16 Mile Creek Valley on the west and Chartwell Road on the east. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize that there is no decision being made tonight. As we indicate in our staff report, the draft OPA is not final, and the intent of introducing the draft OPA tonight is to begin a discussion about it. We're looking for input on the concepts in the draft OPA, and we acknowledge that there will be further refinements based on the input we hear from council, stakeholders, and citizens. To that end, I believe there will also be a future council workshop dealing with Midtown matters coming up this year, tentatively in May, but the date has yet to be set. Next slide, please. Just to give you a quick overview of what I'll be presenting, I'll start with a little bit of background. And this is essentially the decisions that have already been made for Midtown. So it's really what's not changing tonight. And then I'll get into what we hope to accomplish through our draft OPA and really dive into then at what's proposed to change. And then after that, we'll open it up to council and the public for questions and comments. Next slide. For those of you who are new to planning, this diagram gives a very big picture view of how land use planning works in Ontario. We're in a multi-tiered system. At the top, the province has established a number of overarching policy legislation and plans, including the Planning Act, the Provincial Policy Statement, the Growth Plan, the Greenbelt Plan, and others. And then in the middle, we have the region of Halton. The region has their own regional official plan, which itself must be consistent with or conform to the provincial plans and policies. And then at the bottom, we have local municipalities like ourselves, the town of Oakville. We have our own local official plan, or Livable Oakville. And again, all of our plans need to conform or be consistent with the plans and policies above us in the hierarchy. We also have our zoning bylaws, which implement the official plan, the Livable Oakville plan. And the zoning has details and numbers and regulations that are important at a site-specific level to implement the policies and direction of the official plan. And none of this is static. There have been lots of changes going on recently at all of these levels, particularly at the provincial level. And these changes have a ripple effect, moving down to the region and then to the town. Both the region and town are also currently in the midst of reviewing their official plans, as we're required to do every number of years. And of course, the ongoing challenge is that these reviews must also pivot and respond to the changing policy regime at the provincial level. So there's lots of moving parts these days. The draft Midtown OPA being presented tonight is one part of the town's official plan review that contributes to all of this change too. Next slide, please. With respect to Midtown, as is hopefully evident already, there are a lot of layers, previous decisions that have already been made both by council and the higher levels of government that make up where we are currently at it in Midtown. And then these layers then create the foundation that tonight's draft OPA builds upon. Some of these layers include the growth plan, which identifies Midtown Oakville as an urban growth center, the Halton Region Official Plan, which also identifies Midtown Oakville as an important part of the strategy to accommodate growth in Halton, the Livable Oakville Plan, which first introduced policies for Midtown back in 2009. We have Official Plan Amendment 14, which introduced a future road network based on the 2014 Midtown EA. We have Official Plan Amendment 15, which reinforces council's town-wide urban structure, of which Midtown is the primary area intended to accommodate future intensification in Oakville. And we have Official Plan Amendment 28, which incorporated the town's latest active transportation master plan framework into Livable Oakville, including Midtown. Next slide, please. So I think it's worth pausing for a moment here to re-emphasize the importance of Official Plan Amendment 15 and the town's urban structure. Oakville is growing and will continue to grow. I know sometimes there's a sentiment out there that, hey, why do we need to grow? Isn't this place great as it is? And yeah, it is. However, growth is coming and we can't change that. Council's urban structure adopted through OPA 15 is the foundational piece for how the town plans to accommodate the growth that will be coming to Oakville. The goals of the urban structure are to provide for the long-term protection of natural heritage, public open space, and cultural heritage resources, to maintain the character of our residential areas, and to direct the majority of intensification to identified growth areas and corridors supported by transit. And Midtown Oakville is certainly one of those. Next slide, please. Another one of these moving pieces I was mentioning earlier is happening up at the regional level, and that's Regional Official Plan Amendment number 48. You're going to be hearing more about ROPA 48 later this evening. I believe it's item 4 on tonight's agenda from my colleague Kirk Bigger, so I'm not going to dwell too much on it, other than to just point out a few parts of ROPA 48 that are directly applicable to Midtown. First, ROPA 48 is proposing a refinement of the boundary of Midtown. So the province establishes where urban growth centers should be and then relies on the regions to define those actual boundaries. Halton Region is now proposing to refine Midtown's boundary for 2 reasons. First, to not include lands identified as regional natural heritage system, and 2, to not include undevelopable lands such as the QEW and the Highway 403 right-of-way. And the Midtown Oakville draft OPA simply reflects the region's proposed revisions. Next, please. So the existing boundary, the one in red on the screen, is estimated at an area of approximately 100 hectares. But it's important to note that the hydro corridor lands along the railway were actually excluded from that estimation of area, so it's almost like a net area. The proposed boundary in green is 103 hectares, and it's a gross area, so it includes all of the lands within that boundary. The growth plan requires Midtown to be planned to accommodate a minimum of 200 people and jobs per hectare, meaning that Midtown Oakville needs to accommodate a minimum of 20,600 people and jobs. ROPA 48 is also proposing an employment mix of 65% people and 35% jobs, but I'm going to leave that conversation for later when Kirk addresses it as part of his item related to ROPA 48. Next, please. So as I said earlier, we're growing. Oakville, Halton, the GTA, we're all growing. And a lot of that growth in Oakville and Halton, particularly the intensification growth, is directed to Midtown. How that growth will be accommodated in Midtown is where the Midtown policies in livable Oakville play an important role. The policies set out Council's vision for the look and feel of the community that will evolve in Midtown Oakville. A main emphasis of the draft Midtown OPA is to address the experience of being in Midtown. So what's the experience of someone living there, working there, or passing through in some form or fashion, maybe on the train, the bus, walking, biking, or driving? Next, please. Accommodating growth in Midtown, however, certainly comes with challenges, as we've seen over the years. Tonight's draft Midtown OPA is intended to try and address a number of these challenges. So what is it that we're trying to accomplish? Well, the overall goal for Midtown has always been to create a vibrant, transit-supportive, urban, complete community. That's not changing, and it's still the goal. As mentioned earlier, it's been a challenge to keep up with all of the policy changes up at the provincial level. So this draft OPA is meant to respond to recent growth plan changes and Planning Act changes. The population requirements is one of those pieces. So we need to make sure that the policy framework for Midtown continues to support the requirements for an urban growth center. For example, I think it was envisioned when Midtown policies were first established in livable Oakville that Metrolinx would be redeveloping some of their surface parking, and that this would be a big step towards getting Midtown going. Well, that didn't necessarily materialize, and recently we've learned from Metrolinx that they don't foresee that happening in the short term or even medium term anymore. So we've had to pivot and adapt as a result. Next, please. The town's community energy strategy and council's recent declaration of a climate change emergency have certainly highlighted the importance of combating climate change. Developing Midtown as a compact, transit-oriented community within Oakville is an important part of addressing climate change. I think more and more we're realizing that it's important to mix uses wherever possible to create complete communities, particularly compact, high-density ones. I think we're also seeing the nature of employment, particularly office employment, changing. Prior to COVID, we started seeing very high-density offices. But now with COVID, there's hints again that ensuring there's enough space for employees as we navigate a post-COVID world may be important again. Will working from home be here to stay? Will we start seeing residential buildings start to incorporate office amenities for their residents that are working from home? Will there be more demand for meeting rooms or flex space instead of traditional cubicles? So this seems to suggest that mixing uses in buildings might be more amenable to these changing scenarios instead of single-use buildings, be they solely residential or solely used for office. We've also seen that employers are starting to look for those walkable urban environments where employees increasingly want to live. So to respond, we're attempting to expand and encourage mixed use through the draft policies. It's also important to emphasize alternatives to car travel. So the draft OPA reinforces active transportation in Midtown. And that goes hand in hand with ensuring that the public realm, so the public space between buildings, is designed appropriately to knit everything together into an attractive place to walk, bike, and live, essentially. Recent changes to the Planning Act have removed the ability for Section 37 bonusing. So again, we've had to pivot and adapt by removing bonusing policies and attempting to develop a new framework for height in Midtown. Midtown's parcel fabric also presents some challenges. We've got small parcels that will likely need to be consolidated with others for development to occur, as well as large parcels capable of being developed on their own. So this draft OPA looks to provide direction to ensure a fair sharing of the costs of development among all landowners. Metrolinx is certainly one of those large landowners in Midtown, but they are also one of the largest transit providers. So their plans and priorities are shifting as well recently. And so again, we need to change and adapt in response to them. And that's one of the challenges we're also grappling with. Next, please. So as part of really trying to focus in on the experience of living, working, moving, or just being in Midtown, the proposed urban design policies are stressing the importance of the public realm. So that's made up of the streets, the sidewalks, the bike paths, the urban squares, the parks, the open spaces, and so on. A new Schedule L4 for urban design is being proposed as part of the draft OPA. This schedule helps to emphasize that Cross Avenue and the extension of Cross Avenue east of Trafalgar Road will be an important spine throughout Midtown, which we're informally calling Midtown's Main Street, which will assist in creating the right experience for Midtown. Next, please. So it's important that the public realm in Midtown incorporate a year-round walkable network of pedestrian-oriented urban parks, urban squares, and streetscape design that are of high quality, both in design and materials. Midtown's Main Street is very important to this network and would be the primary way to potentially link a lot of the individual components together. This Main Street may have a different character depending on which district in Midtown you find yourself, whether you're in the Lions district on the west side, which ideally would become a shopping street similar to Oakville's other main streets, or whether you're in the Chartwell district in the east with its employment office focus. And despite the difference in character, this Main Street is still intended to be a unifying element for all of Midtown. Next, please. One of the ideas we're currently contemplating is the creation of a linear park along Cross Avenue. This is envisioned to be comprised of both public right-of-way and potentially privately owned public open spaces. And as this is only a public statutory meeting, at this stage, we're still working on the idea, and we haven't proposed any specific policies for it yet in the draft OPA, but I think it provides a glimpse into the Midtown experience we're aiming for. Should council think we should pursue this idea, we'll work at developing the appropriate policies and guidance as we move forward. Next, please. So now I'll walk you through some of the specific changes to the land use schedule that are being proposed. The existing land use schedule is shown on the top half of the screen, and the proposed land use schedule is on the bottom. Next, please. A main focus of the proposed draft OPA is to expand the opportunity for a mixing of uses to contribute to that compact, walkable, mixed-use built form that is important to transit-oriented communities. I would say that this is a motivating factor for most of the land use changes being proposed. Urban core is the town's primary mixed-use designation, shown in the purple color here. And urban core is proposed to be extended throughout all of the Lions district and Trafalgar district, all the way up to the future north-south road that is intended to cross over the QEW. This is approximately 800 meters or so from the existing GO station platform, which is the outer limit of what is generally considered probably a 10-minute walk. The urban core designation is also being proposed to be extended onto the Metrolinx lands south of the railway beside the GO parking garage. Some of the rationale for this is that it is a property that is really close to the GO station and is separated from the residential neighborhoods to the south by 16 Mile Creek Valley, which helps to lessen the impacts of taller buildings on a low-rise neighborhood. Next, please. Urban center is another mixed-use designation, but generally associated with a lesser intensity and height than urban core. All of the urban center designations west of Trafalgar Road and north of the tracks, or actually west of Trafalgar Road, are proposed to be changed to urban core or utility in the case of the GO parking garage and control center, which is why it's disappearing from the Lions district and immediately south of the railway. East of Trafalgar Road, the existing urban center designation would be extended all the way to the natural area next to the Cornwall Road Sports Park, changing it from community commercial in order to allow for increased residential permissions in this area. Again, just another opportunity to add a mixture of uses. Next. All existing high-density residential designations north of the railway are proposed to change to urban core to enable the development of mixed-use built form on these lands. And the only remaining high-density residential designation would be the southwest corner of Midtown along Old Mill Road and Cornwall Road. Next, please. The existing community commercial designation in the southeast corner of Midtown is being maintained and would be the only commercial-only designation remaining in Midtown. Next. The Chartwell District is proposed to be the only remaining area within Midtown that provides for employment only. The office employment designation is proposed to be maintained within a reduced in size Chartwell District. It is still intended to provide the opportunity for high density forms of employment that contribute to the walkable transit-oriented character of Midtown. Next. As part of the proposed land use changes, we are proposing to amend the district boundaries as well. The Lions District would be enlarged eastward to include all the lands up to Trafalgar Road north of the tracks. Next. We are proposing to shift the Trafalgar District to the east side of Trafalgar Road. It would then extend eastward to the new north-south road and future road crossing of the QEW Highway 403. Next. The Chartwell District would then be reduced as a result. Next. We're proposing that the GO parking garage and control center be added into the station district. Next. The Cornwall District would then be split into two sections due to the expansion of the station district. Next, please. So with respect to parks and open space, the draft OPA policies propose that one or more areas of public parkland would be accommodated in each district north of the railway. The town is also working on a townwide park strategy that will be important for Midtown. And one of the things it's looking at is the character of park spaces in our growth areas specifically. The character of park and open spaces in growth areas will have to be different than the typical parks found in Oakville's mature neighborhoods. So that'll likely be more urban squares and plazas than active sports fields, for example. And privately owned public spaces may play a larger role in providing park space in our growth areas too. Lastly, we're also looking into using the hydro corridor lands for recreation and applying for passive recreation as a sanctioned secondary use. Next. With respect to the building height schedule, Schedule L2, the hatching that represents the opportunities for Section 37 bonusing on the existing schedule would be removed from the proposed schedule. This is because Section 37 of the Planning Act has recently been changed and the opportunities for bonusing under that section have been removed. We now see this as an opportunity to provide more certainty related to building heights, both for proponents of development and also for council. Instead of the Section 37 bonusing framework, which has often been criticized for being a series of one-off negotiations between developers and council with no real certainty for either side as to what the end result might be. For the area north of the railway, the draft OPA is proposing policies that would allow for the consideration of additional building height in return for providing key elements of infrastructure and built form that would help meet the objectives of Midtown. And I'll provide just a little bit more detail on that in a minute. In addition, the draft OPA proposes some increases to the existing height in a number of areas of the plan. Next, please. All of the Lions District and Trafalgar District are proposed for minimum 8 stories to maximum 20 stories to align with the proposed extension of the urban core designation. Next, please. The building height permissions in the western portion of Chartwell District are proposed to increase to a minimum 6 stories and maximum 12 stories. And this would help to create a height transition from the eastern portion of the district to the building heights being proposed in the Trafalgar District. Next, please. The building heights in the station district south of the railway are proposed to be minimum 2 stories to maximum 6 stories. to reflect the existing GO Transit parking garage and the control center building already built in this location. Next. In the Cornwall district, the existing building heights on the far east and the far west of the district are being maintained as they currently are. This would be the Longo's Plaza on the east and the Old Mill Road buildings on the west. So there's no change to building heights in these areas. On the Metrolinx lands between the GO parking garage and Old Mill Road, the building heights are proposed to increase to a minimum 8 stories and maximum 20 stories in alignment with the proposed urban core designation. Between Trafalgar Road and the existing park space, so the plaza with Whole Foods, Shoppers Drug Mart, LCBO, and others, the building heights are proposed to increase to a minimum 6 stories and a maximum 12-story range in alignment with the proposed urban center designation. Next, please. So now moving on to the street network. The role of the street network to the success of Midtown cannot be underestimated. So the future street network that you see here was introduced into livable Oakville by OPA 14, and it's comprised of future environmental assessment roads coming out of the approved 2014 Midtown EA and a future local road network to support that. I think it needs to be made abundantly clear that this street work is already established in livable Oakville, and tonight's draft OPA simply builds on it. The biggest challenge with this street network is that it will be very expensive to build it all. It's not going to be built all at once, and it's going to be implemented incrementally. It's dependent on various sources of funding from all levels of government and also from private development. When funding and land becomes available, the network will then be built piece by piece over time. I think the town will need to be very strategic in how this happens so that each of the pieces build on one another. But this also means that there's likely going to be a number of different interim conditions that will be a combination of the existing road network melded with parts of the new network, and those may remain in place for a certain period of time as Midtown Oakville matures. Next, please. So again, just to be clear, this draft OPA is not proposing any realignment to the street network, but the draft OPA is proposing some additional features to the street network schedule that would help with clarity and flexibility during implementation of the street network. Next, please. One thing that is not clear in the existing transportation schedule is which roads are intended to be abandoned in the long term after the proposed roads are constructed and become operational. So the draft OPA proposes to identify which road segments are intended to be abandoned in the long term. Next, please. In order to allow for interim street alignments or innovative alternative configurations, which may be needed in order to accommodate the incremental development of the street network, we're proposing a gray underlay under certain street segments to identify where final road alignment may be subject to further study in order to provide the flexibility that may be required moving forward. Next, please. Another big challenge that we encounter with the future street network is that a lot of the land for it lies currently in private ownership. So while the town is able to protect for new alignments and additional right-of-way requirements, the acquisition of roads is more complicated and requires a strategy that facilitates that process. Quite simply, I don't believe the town can expropriate all the land needed for this future road network. It's just financially, I would say, not quite feasible, I would believe. The draft OPA proposes draft policies that would hopefully create incentive for landowners to provide the land and then construct or fund the proposed future roads associated with a particular property or development. Next, please. So the concept being proposed in the draft OPA is that additional building height over the maximum heights identified on Schedule L2 may be considered in return for providing the land and agreeing to construct or fund the future local road network on their property. As currently proposed in the draft OPA, the total gross floor area of the portion of the building that would be permitted to exceed the maximum building height could be up to 5 times the area of the land for a future local road and 2 times the area of land for a future arterial road. So let me see if I can try and illustrate how this might work with an example. So here we have a property that has some future roads identified for it. And let's say that property is located in the urban core designation with a maximum height of 20 stories being permitted. Next, please. So should the site be developed to the maximum height, here's what you could potentially get, 2 20-story towers. Next, please. The area identified for the future local road is approximately 2,700 square meters in this example. Next, please. When you apply that area by 5, according to the proposed policies, you come up with a value of 13,500 square meters. So this would be the gross floor area that could be permitted to exceed the maximum height of 20 stories. Next, please. Now let's say that each floor plate of these towers is 750 square meters each, which is the maximum indicated in the Livable by Design manual. So one way of looking at this is that you could get 18 floor plates of additional height combined for these 2 towers. Next, please. So the draft OPA also proposes that no more than 10 additional stories on an individual tower for this purpose would be permitted. So if you applied 10 of those floor plates to one building and the remaining 8 to the other, next please, you could achieve this. One's 30-story tower and one 28-story tower in exchange for providing land for the road and either constructing or paying to have it constructed. Essentially, the gross floor area that could have been developed on the property that is taken up by the future local road is being transferred on top of the proposed buildings. Next, please. So this type of mechanism is also being proposed to help encourage what you could call a true mixed-use building. So the proposals we've generally seen for Midtown in the urban core designation to date are typically for residential only buildings. They may have some non-residential uses proposed for a portion or all of the ground floor and maybe some retail, but more often than not, office uses are not generally contemplated at all. So in order to encourage the integration of office uses into residential buildings, the proposed policies indicate that one additional story could be considered for every 800 square meters of office space provided in the building. For this example, let's start with the same 20-story towers as before. Next, please. Now let's say each of these buildings incorporates 3,200 square meters of office space, or essentially 2 podium levels dedicated to office space. At one additional story for every 800 square meters of office space, each building could potentially be permitted an additional 4 stories above the 20-story maximum height. Next, please. So the draft OPA proposes that a maximum of 5 additional stories would be considered for the provision of office space, and this example simply shows 4. Next, please. So the third way that additional height would be considered is for the provision of above ground structured parking. So in the future, there is the possibility that demand for parking spaces may diminish over time. And I really emphasize that this may happen. We can't predict the future, maybe as much as we'd like to, but I think we just want to acknowledge that this actually could happen. Well, with recent advances in transportation technology, it could be in 30 years' time, say 2051, which is the new planning horizon for the growth plan, that we're all riding around in using driverless car services that come and pick you up right at your door. And we don't feel the need to actually own our own car. I would also hope that by 2051, particularly in a transit-oriented community, we would have lots of people choosing to walk, take their bike, or hop on transit. And already we're seeing more and more millennials, for example, choosing to live without a car. Whatever the case may be, we may, and again, emphasis on may, we may discover that we don't need all the parking that we feel is needed today as Midtown matures. Should that happen, staff are of the opinion that potential excess parking spaces in an above ground parking structure could be more easily converted to other uses than underground parking could be at some point in the future. Not to mention that underground parking is really expensive to build. So just to be clear on this point, underground parking would still be permitted by the proposed policies. The draft OPA is not proposing to prohibit underground parking at all. And developers may still choose to put parking underground, maybe all of it, or maybe just a portion of it, partly underground and partly above ground. So as a means to potentially encourage consideration of above ground parking, the draft OPA proposes that up to 3 additional stories could be considered for above ground structured parking, provided that that parking is lined with other uses facing a public street, essentially hiding the parking in behind within the podium of a building. So starting again with our 20-story example, let's say that each of these had above ground structure parking hidden away within their podiums. Next, please. The draft OPA proposes that for each story of this hidden above ground structured parking, an additional story of building height could be considered. Next, please. So in this example, this would mean an additional 3 stories of building height. So I hope that these examples help to illustrate the mechanism for additional building height that is being proposed. As currently drafted, there is the opportunity to take advantage of all 3 methods together, provided that the conditions allow for it. Maxing out with all 3 opportunities is not something that we think will likely occur. Each site will be different, and this would contribute to a variation in building heights across Midtown. Next, please. One last aspect that the draft OPA is looking to address is figuring out a way to ensure the costs of development are shared equitably among owners. The draft OPA proposes that landowners within each district would need to join into an agreement with each other with respect to sharing these costs equitably among each other. Next, please. So where do we go from here? Tonight, we hope to hear from both council and public stakeholders on the draft OPA that's been proposed. I believe there will also be a council workshop being set up to allow yet another chance for council to ask questions and provide input. Then staff will take all of the input we've received already, what we will hear tonight, what we'll hear at the council workshop, what we'll hear through future meetings with landowners and potential stakeholder groups. And I believe at the same time, urban design staff will be updating the Designing Midtown document as we improve the draft OPA as well, so that they come back together. At some point in the future, likely sometime later this year, we will return to council with a recommended OPA for council to consider. And then once adopted by council, it would then need to be forwarded to Halton Region as our approval authority for approval. Next, please. So as we've indicated in our staff report, the draft OPA is not final. We know it's going to need changing and improvements and are looking for input that can help us make it better. I just want to thank everyone out there who's already submitted comments or with whom we've already met. I know we're also going to hear from a number of people tonight, including council, and we will be looking forward to meet with more stakeholders after tonight as well. And I extend the invitation to anybody or any group that would like to meet with us directly to discuss this work, to contact us, and we'll be happy to set something up. And I believe the comments we've already received, and I hope that the comments we will be receiving will be very helpful as we work towards a final OPA. Next, please. I'll just end with the staff recommendations for tonight. Again, stressing that no decision is being made tonight. Staff recommend that the staff report from the Planning Services Department be received and that comments from council and the public also be received. Next, please. So this concludes my presentation, and I'll just end with an overhead shot of Midtown. And I just thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abma. Council, I think you and I would benefit from hearing the delegations that have registered before we turn to our own questions. And so with that, I would ask Madam Clerk to call the delegations.
Our first delegation is Jane Huddleston from Trafalgar Chartwell Residents Association.
Welcome, Ms. Huddleston. Council is looking forward to hearing from you.
As soon as I spoke, I lost my signal.
Well, we're
Can you
hearing
hear
you
me?
now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, the TCRA submitted a letter to you, and as it indicated, we support a vibrant, pedestrian-friendly, cycling-friendly, and transit-supportive Midtown. However, we have some concerns and questions, as well as some priorities that we'd like to put on record. Our first concern is the pedestrian and cycling access to and from Midtown via the surrounding infrastructure. With the existing roads that surround it, a pedestrian and cycling friendly community could become somewhat of an island bordered by roads on which people cannot move about in the same walking and bike friendly way. The population in Midtown could be a boon to downtown Oakville and would probably like to participate with the rest of Oakville if they could easily reach it. But moving in and out of Midtown in the same way that's described, they'll be able to move around Midtown, would be impossible. Right now, Midtown is bordered to the south by one of the largest and busiest and least pedestrian friendly and cycling friendly intersections in town. It is bordered on the southwest corner by one of the most dangerous and poorly designed smaller intersections in town. And the combined sidewalk and cycle path along Cornwall west of the Metrolinx building to cross is too close to high-speed traffic to be safe. So no one will be able to walk or cycle in and out of Oakville to reach downtown or to reach Kerr Village or to reach the plazas along Cornwall. Another area of concern is on Schedule L2, and it was alluded to in the slide presentation. It's L2, of course, indicates the designated building heights, and a small area of the Cornwall district west of Trafalgar is in the color that indicates 8 to 20 stories on the south side of the railway tracks. This is different than the previous versions of this schedule, and we understood that all the tallest buildings would be north of the railway tracks. Something was said in the slide presentation about it being separated by the 16-mile valley, but it appears to be north of Cornwall on the map. In addition, there is currently an application at Cross and Argus about which the developer is holding a meeting on Thursday night this week for 2 towers at 39 and 33 stories. Now, that may have been explained in the slide presentation too, in the way that you're replacing bonusing, but that area is still shown as 8 to 20 stories. We are aware that the town cannot control building design. However, the draft document does say on page 3 in Part C that the Midtown Plan will maintain the character of residential areas. And we don't feel that up to 20 stories south of the railway tracks would maintain that character of the nearby residential areas. On that same note, our letter expressed concern about the built form of all the high rises in Midtown, adhering strictly to the podium, step back, and frontage guidelines along major roads to avoid the appearance of a wall around Midtown and of creating the look of a tunnel where Trafalgar Road goes between them. And also on the subject of maintaining the character of residential areas around Midtown, we pointed out the need to create a tree canopy within Midtown to match the surrounding areas. And it looks by the slide presentation like that's within your plans. Our letter also raised the question of the lack of information about schools for the population in Midtown, the lack of information in your document. Now, the mayor explained that very well at the CLRT meeting on Friday, because that was brought up by someone else. But so I understand now why that was not included, but I'm sure that there are people listening and watching tonight that may also have that concern. And the last item about which we had a question is that this draft document states that Midtown Oakville will achieve a minimum density target of 200 residents and/or employees per hectare by 2031. But the Midtown intensification plan is through 2051. So we wondered, what is the density expected to be by 2051?
Ms. Huddleston, is that it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff have made careful note of all those questions, and we will look for more information from them as they return and consult the public and the waves that they've described. Councillor Giddings has a question for you.
Thank you, Ms. Huddleston. Question for you. I appreciate your comments about the cycling and getting in and around the area, specifically with Trafalgar into Cornwall. Is your concern also how those same cyclists would be able to access downtown Oakville, whether it be
Somewhat, yes. How they would reach anywhere outside of Midtown. I live in Midtown, and we're a stone's throw from one of the nicest residential neighborhoods in the area, but getting to it is the most dangerous thing I do. And since the pandemic, since the GO train parking lots have been empty, I've been amazed at how many people from the old mill buildings are walking in circles every day around an asphalt parking lot to get their exercise when they live so close to nice residential areas with sidewalks and trees. And it's probably because getting to that nice walkable area is so difficult.
Good stuff. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huddleston. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Marcus Hurton.
Mr. Hurton, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, that's excellent. I guess you can't see me, but you can hear me. This is technology is a little bit new for me, so thanks for bearing with me. Well, I'd like to address you, Mr. Mayor, council staff, and fellow constituents. Good evening. Thanks for this opportunity to share some input. My delegation here tonight is to promote active transportation solutions for Midtown and improve the plan that's being presented. I've been part of this since 2009, having participated in workshops to provide input into livable Oakville. I've also had a delegation in 2017 into the ATMP. In 2019 to provide comments and suggestions for the annual budget, and again in 2020 to suggest how AT might be used in conjunction with the First Capital Holdings Trust application for 2 new towers at Trafalgar and Cornwall to mitigate congestion. So I think many jurisdictions have demonstrated that well-implemented active transportation can be a key part of the solution to fight vehicle congestion while improving mobility, accelerate climate action, promote healthy lifestyles, attract investment, and also attract different demographic, millennials who seem to flee to the urban center, and maybe some of our kids can live here and afford to live here. The situation in Midtown as it currently exists for people who walk and cycle, such as myself, are that there are significant barriers. The railway tracks and the Trafalgar QEW exchange. Walking and cycling are dangerous along the entire Trafalgar corridor, and the previous delegation mentioned the Trafalgar-Cornwall intersection, which is not pedestrian friendly with its high-speed curves. Midtown is a bottleneck, even during COVID. I've seen cars backed up well past Allen, waiting to turn right to go up Trafalgar. The Midtown districts need to be better knit together using dedicated AT infrastructure, i.e., or an example of that would be the Cornwall and Trafalgar districts. Be very difficult to pass from one district to another, let alone to go to existing neighborhoods. So to make AT work and to seize the opportunity, I see Midtown as an opportunity to link the AT connections with the fine-grained grid of multimodal streets being proposed, including better access to GO. We need to improve the connections and the connectivity. The object of this, again, would be to shift mode share away from the automobile and shift that mode share to transit and active transportation. The current plans in the OP for improvements to the Trafalgar-Cornwall intersection, the Chartwell grade separation, and across the QEW Trafalgar exchange are problematic. AT there will only ever be an add-on to infrastructure designed primarily for vehicles. Dedicated AT connections in other locations should therefore be considered and could be provided at a modest cost compared to infrastructure dedicated primarily to cars. Some suggested AT connections are proposed using on the slide with markups, and it's a Schedule L4. And it's basically just a brainstorming exercise. And I ask for your open-mindedness to ideas for, that they're just ideas to improve mobility and improve the plan. What is key is to provide north-south connections, both east and west of Trafalgar Road. Trafalgar Road being quite a dangerous corridor with inherent problems because it's designed for cars, not for active transportation. The existing constituents of wards 3, 5, and 6 would benefit since Midtown becomes Oakville's hinge. The new multi-use path on Trafalgar north of Leyland Avenue could also be connected. That should be tied in somehow. Right now, it'll stop at Leyland, and where do you go from there? I guess Oakville Place, but it would be nice if that continued into Midtown. Also, I would like to suggest the timing of AT infrastructure be reconsidered. Currently, the OP calls for it to be tied to individual development applications. This is planned to take until 2051 for the site to be built out. Instead, AT connections could be advanced by working on shovel-ready projects and negotiating land rights sooner than later. Perhaps other criteria could be considered to justify funding. These might include the quality of life of existing constituents, climate action, economic stimulus, easing congestion, etc. Benefits to the existing community could begin to flow before the middle of the current decade, as the 20,000 new residents and jobs in Midtown are added. So in conclusion, I would like to summarize my request to staff and council in 3 points. 1, that you consider using the current OP process to look at creative design solutions to provide dedicated north-south active transportation connections across formidable existing barriers. 2, that you look at innovative ways to deliver the AT infrastructure sooner in order to meet current needs. 3, that active transportation is well conceived and integral to the plan for future growth so that impacts of congestion on existing neighborhoods is mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
I'd be
Mr.
happy to
Hurton.
take any questions.
Well, let me see if you've generated any questions. Councillor Giddings seems to have had a question or two generated. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thanks for speaking, Mr. Hurton. Question that you show 4 or 5 crossings across the existing Metrolinx rail line. Is that, is your vision to have them under or over? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I really don't want to get drawn into details here. They're
Excellent.
just
Okay.
locations which would be very convenient for active transportation. And I mean, you could consider either you'd have to do a feasibility study and talk to Canadian National and, you know, the rights of ways. But I didn't want to get into the details, just show some of the possibilities.
Very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurton, for the possibilities. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Patrick McLaughlin on behalf of Fine Time Holdings, Inc.
Welcome, Mr. McLaughlin. I enjoyed reading your letter earlier today, and Council's looking forward to your information.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you very well.
Oh, excellent. Okay. All right, thank you for including me in today's meeting. My name is Patrick McLaughlin, and my company name is Fine Time Holdings, Inc. As a commercial and residential landowner in Oakville, I'm deeply concerned about the newly proposed policies for the Livable Oakville Plan. I'm speaking today to express my opposition to some of the aspects of the draft OPA for Midtown. Many of the proposed policies negatively affect both my business and personal interests. I will speak about business and personal not separately, but concurrently, as both are a part of my life here in Oakville. Approximately 7 years ago, I was informed by the town that my commercial property would likely be subject to formal expropriation with the project in an imminent state. Although I didn't want to give up my land, the plan itself for the growth of Midtown Oakville made sense to me. I genuinely understood the need for the town to develop the barren swath of land through the Midtown core. More than just understand, I was excited that the town was taking great steps to making Oakville an even better place to live. From 2013 on, my wife and I attended all the meetings and regularly spoke with town planners and officials for updates on the progress of the plan. As the years passed by, the imminent state regressed to a standstill. We were told on a regular basis that there was simply nothing to report as to progress, and that the project could take as many as 30 years to begin. I even went so far as to have an in-person meeting in 2017 with the town planner to get a better picture of what was happening. My commercial property had been stigmatized with expropriation, yet with apparently no intentions from the town to ever do so. The draft OPA focuses on a steep densification of the Midtown core. The proposals cut new roads through existing low-density properties and buildings in order to replace them with the high tax-yielding buildings the town wishes for developers to erect. The costs involved in doing so are so high for infrastructure that even the town itself can't afford to take it on. The town's plan is to have the developers pay for the infrastructure, and therefore only the deepest pocketed corporations need apply. This scenario eliminates any chance for smaller developers to participate, and certainly existing smaller property owners like myself will be forced to sell. Many of the property owners through Midtown have owned their properties for decades and have also lived in Oakville for decades. These individuals and their businesses are part of the community and wish to remain as part of the community. I understand the economics of city planning and could see why at first glance having external corporations pay for infrastructure seems like a good idea. What I don't think is a good idea is letting large developers shape the future or the skyline of the town of Oakville. I'm not so sure that in exchange for building a road, a developer can build an extra 10 stories to a full 30 stories high. With this type of development, all decisions will be dictated by economics, with forced maximization of profit per square foot. Little room will be left for that often used word in the plan, livability. The draft OPA states that the growth plan requires that Midtown Oakville be planned to achieve a minimum density target of 200 residents and jobs combined by 2031. The gross area of the urban growth center is 103 hectares, which means that for each hectare, the goal is approximately 200 residents and jobs combined. In Midtown, there are currently numerous single-story businesses and buildings that meet this goal. This begs the question of whether we absolutely need to impose minimum building heights from 8 to 30 stories through Midtown. There would seem to be an opportunity to take a more holistic approach to development, rather than reducing everything to the crudeness of numbers. Instead of forcing out the smaller individual property owners, there's an opportunity to take advantage of their creativity and their passion for the future of Midtown Oakville. The current plan completely excludes these smaller owners from any participation in commercial property ownership. It seems that the town's current vision of livable includes a dense network of hoped-for 20 stories and sometimes higher buildings in a vast new grid of fast-moving multi-lane roads. The plan also refers to gateways to the town, but all I see is massive, forbidding walls of buildings that will repel visitors and residents alike. As an avid road cyclist and runner for decades, I now see my hoped-for link from south to north vanishing before my eyes. All cyclists and pedestrians endeavor to stay away from cars and high-traffic areas, and this new plan makes this impossible. I believe all one needs to do is look east to the disaster that is the Square One core area. You will be hard-pressed to find a pedestrian, cyclist, or ray of sun anywhere near those bleak streets. Just because you paint a path in green and call it a bike lane does not mean that it is bike-friendly. Just because you plant a few trees and a patch of grass on a concrete plaza does not mean people will think it is a park. And no, having green rooftops does not equal actual green space. I did, however, like Jeff Adams' point tonight, that hydro areas might be used for recreation, as this could potentially keep runners, walkers, and cyclists separated from cars. I'm hopeful that one day I can stop putting my bike in my car in southeast Oakville and having to drive it to north of Dundas to begin my ride. I suggest consulting the running and cycling groups of Oakville and actual road cyclists and runners to assist in the development of a bike and run-friendly community. Yes, I'm available. There are other specific examples within the proposed plan that further concern me. In the parking section, it states, parking structures are preferred for the provision of required parking and shall be designed to minimize the negative visual impact of blank walls and loss of activity at street level. One only needs to look at the newly constructed south side of the transit parking structure on Cornwall Road to give doubt to whether the town has the intention or capacity of carrying through on this promise. If there ever were an example of blank walls and loss of activity at street level, this is it. To conclude my presentation, I will reiterate that I support the plan to develop Midtown. I'm with you, and I'm excited for some amazing things to happen. However, I'm in opposition to the newly proposed draft OPA because I think it falls well short of what we need. When given a blank slate, near blank slate to develop and design the center of our town, I'm surprised that the visionaries lost out to the accountants at Town Hall. If the plan goes through as proposed, it's an opportunity lost forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin, for your comments. Councillor, are there questions for Mr. McLaughlin? Thank you very much, Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Dana Anderson from MHBC Planning, representing General Electric Canada Property, Inc.
Dana Anderson, it's good to hear from you again. Welcome to the meeting. Council is looking forward to your comments on behalf of General Electric.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Burton and members of council. I wanted to thank you for this opportunity this evening to present to the committee. And for those of you who don't know me, for the record, my name is Dana Anderson. I'm a planner with MHBC Planning, and I'm here this evening to speak to you on behalf of General Electric Canada Property, Inc. GE are the owners of the lands located at 420 to 468 South Service Road East. And the GE lands are approximately 11.08 hectares, just over 27 acres in area, and they front onto the South Service Road. And Your Worship, we've provided a letter through the clerk, which provides some of our detailed comments on the proposed policies. So my intent this evening is to briefly highlight some key points for your consideration. And I did want to begin by extending our appreciation to staff for their considerable work on these policies and for the presentation by Mr. Abma, and for also meeting with us to discuss the draft amendment once it was released. The staff report is quite detailed and was very helpful. Next slide, please. Council is no doubt familiar with the GE lands, as they represent one of the largest single-owned land parcels within the Midtown Urban Growth Center, and one of the most significant opportunities for redevelopment. Since the original manufacturing plant was demolished in 2011, and it's really hard to see from this image, but I'm sure many of you have driven by on the QEW and have noted the retention of the land plant office along the service road, which remains as a designated heritage property. Most of the lands, however, the balance of the lands have been vacant for just over 10 years now. And GE has substantial interest in the policies and proposed designations on their lands that will affect their long-term redevelopment. And again, appreciate the opportunity to provide comments this evening. Next slide, please. So I'd quickly like to highlight a few of the key changes as they relate to the GE lands. And firstly, in relation to land use, the key area of change for the GE site is really the shift, as Mr. Abma indicated, from the office employment designation across the whole site. And just for reference, the GE site is outlined on the slides by the red boundary. And so this is a shift from the office employment designation to a split between office employment and urban core. And this change also extends the existing Trafalgar district to the westerly portion of the GE lands. And GE very much supports and welcomes this change. It will allow for a wider range of uses and opportunities to support mixed-use development on the lands, and we believe that aligns with the provincial and regional policies to accommodate growth now to 2051. Next slide, please. The other change that was identified and provided for in the proposed policies are the amendments to the height schedule. And shown here, you can see that there are increased permitted heights across the GE lands, with further opportunities for additional heights through a series of policies around density transfers that Mr. Abma spoke to. And while we support the direction for the new increased heights and the opportunities to achieve these additional heights, based on the size of the GE lands, its locational context, and the split designation, we do believe there's an opportunity to increase height in the range of up to 25 stories as a base for mixed-use development, and that is warranted and more appropriate for the Midtown Urban Growth Center. We believe the tallest buildings in the town should be provided in Midtown, and that the additional transfer of 5 stories for office development could actually be provided on the easterly lands. We're also requesting consideration of an increased height to the base height for office development on the eastern portion for up to 17 stories. And again, really ensuring that Midtown as an urban growth center is planned for the highest level of intensification within the town's urban structure. And a discussion around these heights and requests for variations is provided in more detail in our letter. Next slide, please. We recognize the importance of the new road network and transportation network to support growth in Midtown. And the GE lands will be traversed by 5 new roads as shown on the schedule. And given the extensive new road network, we would like the opportunity to discuss these as well as the proposed MTO improvements further with staff to really understand the timing and the phasing with a potential initial phase of development on the GE lands. Next slide, please. In terms of urban design, we appreciate the new urban design policies to assist in guiding and supporting new development, especially as it relates to the public realm. And we've noted some questions around some of the policies regarding the new urban square park and the gateway features that are identified on the GE lands. And really our questions are more to define what these elements are and the expectations. So we hope again to get clarity from that on staff in relation to those particular features. In terms of implementation, we're pleased to see that staff have identified the need to support the policies with additional considerations, including parkland dedication, and we welcome the consideration of a review of the use of the current alternative rate so that it does not become a barrier for the vision that's set out in the proposed policies for Midtown. We also welcome the use of possible additional incentives, such as the town's current Brownfields Community Improvement Plan. And our letter also offers some comments on the block design plans and cost sharing. Given the size and scale of the GE lands, we're seeking more clarification on how these policies would be applied. Next slide, please. So finally, just to reiterate, as noted, the GE lands do represent one of the largest land holdings in Midtown and an incredible opportunity to transform and develop the easterly part of Midtown into part of the broader complete community. And we agree with staff that how and where growth will occur in Midtown is dependent on how the policies shape and encourage that growth. And the staff report clearly recognizes the current challenges and barriers to development, but also identifies a commitment by the town and the region to work with landowners and developers to advance their growth through this policy network. We welcome the opportunity to meet further with staff to go through our comments and questions in more detail. And I thank you very much for your time this evening.
Ms. Anderson, thank you very much for such a very concise summary of your very interesting letter that I read earlier today. Reminded me of reading some planning reports that you might have written in the past. So
thank you, Mayor Burton.
Let me see if you've generated any questions from council. Ms. Anderson, Councillor Giddings never disappoints, and he has a question. And Councillor Elgar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Anderson, just curious in terms of, I was having trouble hearing part of that. Was there a concern with the east-west road traversing the property? Was there a concern in that?
Through you, Mayor Burton, to Councillor Giddings. I believe that really the understanding in relation to the road alignment is more in terms of the timing and the scheduling of those roads, because of the nature of two of them are certainly the arterial roads, and so that they sort of traverse the site almost a crisscross. So we're interested in understanding timing and also the right-of-ways and the interface with those roads with any proposed new development. So we look forward to having those discussions further with staff.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Giddings. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Dan, a question regarding the soil of the 8 hectares. Is there anything in that soil on that property that would be undesirable?
Through you, Mayor Burton, to Councillor Elgar, I'll defer to the environmental assessment reports that have been done. And certainly, as I mentioned, we certainly look forward to an opportunity. As you know, this is a brownfield site. So we would be seeking the decommissioning aspects with any new development and working with staff, as well as some of the programs that have already been identified in the Brownfield Community Improvement Plan by the town.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. There being no other questions, thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. And Council, let me just check with the clerk. Madam Clerk, do you have other callers?
Yes, I do.
We have 2 more callers. And Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Stephanie Fleming on behalf of Russell Cheeseman.
Ms. Fleming, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening, Council. My name is Stephanie Fleming. I'm a lawyer here at Municipal Law Chambers. I'm appearing on behalf of Michael Honjek, who's the owner of 564 Lions Lane. Mr. Cheeseman is also counsel in this matter, but he unfortunately can't appear tonight. We've supplied a letter to Council on Friday, March 19th to register our client's objections to the proposed OPA. His objection is that his property, longstanding residential property on Lions Lane, and this new OPA will put in the natural area, which will obviously prevent any future development or his current use of the property. And we look forward to working with the planning department in order to remedy this. In the alternative, he objects to the OPA, but in the alternative, he asks that his property is excluded from this designation. And thank you very much, Council. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fleming. As Mr. Cheeseman will be well aware, we have a long process of consultation ahead of us on this file. So there'll be ample opportunity for these positions and others to be considered. And we appreciate you bringing us the message.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Marcus Bolkelman from District Developments.
Good evening, sir. Council looks forward to your information.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Welcome. Oh, bingo, good.
Welcome to the meeting.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Burton, members of council. Thank you for hosting this event and opportunity for input on behalf of district developments. I'm Marcus Bokelman, the Vice President of Real Estate Development for District. We have a number of active projects underway in the town of Oakville. And we have an interest in this particular Midtown node at 217 and 227 Cross Avenue, including 517 Argus Road. This is a 2-acre parcel of land making up the northeast corner of Cross and Argus. And I want to thank Jeff Abma for his presentation earlier. This parcel of land is located in the Trafalgar district section of the OPA mapping. And we also are delighted, in fact, very pleased to see these updated policies begin to move forward in Midtown Oakville. And we see it as an enormous opportunity to realize the importance of this urban growth center and very important GO Station regional transit hub. In fact, we see this as one of the finest intensification opportunities in the province. And we are dismayed to see the land sitting in its current use for so long in what the earlier caller described as a barren swath of land, which is in such a desirable location in such a fantastic town and community such as Oakville that is growing rapidly. And I think we've seen recently and leading up to quite some time that there is an enormous an abundance of demand for opportunities to live in Oakville and various housing types. I just wanted to go on the record and say for district that we have a number of concerns with the OPA, including the lack of recognition of additional height and density considerations in proximity to the Oakville GO Station. This is a very, very important regional transit hub. It's as I said, tremendous opportunity for growth where commuters can arrive in Union Station in downtown Toronto within a 30-minute ride on the GO platform. We have concerns with the proposed landowners' cost-sharing agreements and arrangements that are required to move forward. We have issues with the proposed phasing laid out in the OPA. And we have issues with the proposed additional height formulas and limitations, as well as proposed podium height performance standard limitations. And I just want to underline that our feeling is that the limitations are too prescriptive, limiting, and restrictive for a number of reasons that I'll summarize shortly. And that this can be a missed opportunity for the intensification of scarce land resources in this community, in this town, in this transit node. This is not a residential neighborhood. This is meant to be a urban growth area that is going to be mixed use and commercial and residential moving forward. It is not adjacent, nor does it overlook or impact by shadows or privacy in any context way the nearby neighborhoods. And that's why it is so appropriate for the type of mixed use intensification that we're talking about, in addition to the GO station infrastructure on the doorstep of this intensification. We agree with many of the earlier submissions that the road network upgrades are critical to this node and its intensification. Our issue is what you're proposing to provide in terms of bonus heights and densities for those road allowances. I know that with our particular 2-acre parcel, there is a major land conveyance required off of the southern section of the lands, fronting onto Cross for a local road conveyance and realignment of Cross out to Trafalgar, as well as a secondary road, 2 secondary roads that are being anticipated that would impact the site. So the land value for that road conveyance, together with the cost of completing those roads, is not adequately expressed or served by the additional height being proposed here. It falls short, and we're concerned that as a result, nothing's going to move or get done. And we won't be able to make progress. And so what we're suggesting, for a number of reasons, is that these development proposals and sites are site specifically evaluated, and that height is considered in relation to the merits of each specific site within the districts. And I want to go into specific concerns with regard to the height. While the policy 20.2.1 speaks to creating transit supportive development and promoting a compact urban form with higher density, intensity of land uses, it is our opinion that it should also specify the greatest heights and densities that are site specific that will be encouraged in proximity to the Oakville GO station. This promotes the use of the existing transit orientation. The policy provides opportunities for increased building height in exchange for required segments of future roads, provision of office uses, and or providing of above grade parking structures. And in our opinion, the location of our property together with the provincial policy regime warrants additional height that is irrespective of the infrastructure items enumerated in this policy. The policy provides that height of the base building podium should be no greater than 80% of the width of the adjacent right-of-way, or 6 stories maximum. And our opinion is that the prescribed base building heights could limit creativity in the use of massing and architectural elements, and that the addition here of the word generally would add a modest and desirable degree of flexibility with maximum podium heights interpretations. Further, with regard to heights, it's our opinion that building height and the map on L2, that this policy specifically should recognize the proximity to the Oakville GO station as one of the main criteria for evaluating additional building heights. And we share the earlier comments that the heights in this particular Midtown urban growth transit hub node should in fact be the tallest heights for all of Oakville. We request that the lands within the proximity to the Oakville GO train station allow for heights of at least 25 stories as a base before additional height is permitted as proposed. And then finally, with regard to height, the numerical formulas with respect to additional building height in relation to above ground structured parking and gross floor area office uses, as well as the maximum number of stories associated with each is much too prescriptive. It is the land if the land and the infrastructure is to be optimized, it is our opinion the formula and maximum number of stories associated with each should be deleted, and that heights should be assessed on a more site-specific merit basis. I just want to turn our attention quickly now to the phasing that's proposed in the OPA. The phasing is problematic to us because it relies on all of the lands being developed jointly and holistically together rather than the incremental progress that was suggested as desirable earlier. And this again is why sites should be assessed on a site-specific and individual basis that do not rely on the adjacent landowners' participation and phasing. And the policy indicates the timing of development will be subject to the availability of required infrastructure, including but not limited to future transportation network improvements, water and wastewater services. This policy is unclear and will have the potential to delay the build out to the midtown. The intent of this urban growth center is that it be development ready in order to achieve the density targets as set out in the growth plan. Because these policies make individual developers responsible for the timing of the development, further delays will most certainly result. In terms of the block design plans required by the OPA, the policy requires a block plan of all properties within 100 meters of the subject lands to be part of any development application and stipulates the number of criteria that the block plan needs to meet. This policy will allow any single property owner to hold up development should they wish it not to proceed or participate in the block plan. Such a policy fails to conform to the growth plan as it has the potential to prevent necessary heights and densities from being achievable and relying on the significant investment in transit infrastructure that has been made by the province before any progress is made. I want to turn now to my two final points with regard to bonusing height for roads, as well as the landowners agreement sections that are noted in the OPA. With regard to future roads, the policy provides that additional height may be considered for properties that contain any portion of a future road. We, in fact, have significant lands for conveyance for roads. We have consulted with staff in pre-application meetings. We are ready to start negotiating for the conveyance of those lands with regard to density and height interpretation on our site. The concern is with respect to the requirement that the landowner construct or pay to construct the future road on the right-of-way to be conveyed to the town, as well as conveying the land itself. Given the complexity of timing, phasing of potential road construction and the cost to construct the road in relation to the additional height permission, this is an unreasonable and burdensome costly requirement that would significantly impact the viability of many development sites on a case-by-case basis. The policy indicates that additional building height should be limited to the future local roads, and the formula was illustrated earlier in the presentation by Jeff Abma, so I won't linger on it here. But our opinion is that bonus density for the conveyance of road lands needs to be assessed on a case-by-case basis and not be prescriptive across the node in a formula that limits creativity and potential and does not properly recognize the value of the lands for those road conveyances or the cost of building those roads. The numerical formulas with respect to additional height in relation to road conveyances are too prescriptive. They'll fail to recognize each individual site circumstance or merit. And as noted above, it is counterproductive to apply restrictive standards in an area that is an intensification node area where the use of the land and infrastructure is to be optimized. Secondly, on that point, it's our opinion that there's no planning rationale for tying the area of the roadway conveyance to the height of a building without site-specific considerations being taken into account in a more site-specific, holistic approach. The last point that I'll make before finishing up is with regard to the landowners association groups and agreements that are required to be completed before any development can occur. This is a major obstacle to moving forward on any development of these lands, because some on the call will recognize that District is really one of the only active builder developers that currently owns land in this node directly across from the GO station. There are many other landowners that have interests here. I'm sure some of them are listening tonight, and we welcome an opportunity to meet and work with all of our neighbors. However, I just don't see how this group is going to consolidate and agree on those types of agreements in order for one to move ahead without the other. And these policies require that development in certain areas, including the Lions District, shall only proceed when a significant number of landowners within the district have entered into a cost-sharing agreement among themselves to ensure that the costs associated with development, parkland, parking, infrastructure, and site servicing are distributed in a fair and equitable manner. While we understand the intent to provide a mechanism to distribute costs in a fair and equitable manner, the requirement for a significant number of landowners will severely impact the ability to redevelop lands in this area and is not a feasible approach, particularly in a provincially designated urban growth area where targets have been set for intensification and growth. The approach relies on other landowners, many of whom are not developers and have no interest in becoming part of such a group. In order to proceed with redevelopment of the entire area, and will in fact severely inhibit redevelopment, possibly stopping it altogether. So just to summarize, we're very pleased that council and staff are focused on this node's potential for growth. It is one of the finest opportunities for intensification in the province, and from our development perspective, our principals and senior staff have 30 plus years each in the business, and we're delighted for the opportunity to work with council staff on our site, as well as other sites we're pursuing to acquire in the node. But again, we have serious concerns about the lack of additional height and density that's appropriate here, especially for road conveyances in relation to the proximity to this major regional Oakville GO transit hub, and the proposed landowners cost sharing agreements, the proposed phasing, and the proposed additional height formulas and limitations. So from our perspective, while we have an enormous opportunity, there are considerable challenges, and we are eager to advance our site on its site-specific merits, and would like to engage with staff in that conversation as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your remarks. I will point out that we have a lot of consultation ahead of us, in which I will hope to hear alternatives from you for these policies that you have characterized as problems. If what you're asking is for us to set those aside and just deal with you on your single site and forget the rest, Oakville has a long history of preferring comprehensive planning. So bring your best ideas forward in the consultation that's ahead, and maybe together we can solve these problems. Let me turn now to Councillor Haslett-Thiel, who has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. And part of what I wanted to say was the importance of a comprehensive land use strategy, and I encourage them to engage with the fellow developers, even if they're not quote unquote a developer on the land. My actual other question though is, could you just tell us, sir, how high would you like to go on the land that you're talking about? What do you consider as a reasonable height for that land?
Well, thank you for that very direct question. For this regional GO Station Transit Hub node that is an area identified for provincial growth with set targets, that has enormous capacity for intensification. Of course, consulting with our neighbors in a block plan is important. There will be impacts on adjacent sites, and we don't want to limit the potential of those sites. So you have to consider, of course, parkland, setbacks, appropriate tower distances, and appropriate heights. But our interpretation of the OPA is that it's just starting out here in the right direction, but just too prescriptive and restrictive, and just requires an abundance of coordination that is going to really put the brakes on moving any of these specific individual sites forward without the rest all coming along at virtually the same time. To answer your question more directly, we have engaged with Bousfield's planning professionals, the principals and partners at the highest level that are undertaking with us our own block plan study of this node. And the heights that they're recommending that we support are in the mid to upper 40 range. Where appropriate, where site-specific appropriate, and those would be the tallest heights for the node.
Thank you for answering my question.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, Councillor Giddings and Councillor Elgar. We've got a muting problem, Councillor Giddings.
Muting and cracking up. Was that mid-40s, sir?
Yeah, that's correct. I believe you're at right now the maximum. You're moving to the base maximum of 20, and then with additional bonusing density for road allocation and or office or above grade parking, you would be at 30. And so I was asked the question about the highest heights in this node, not uniformly across the node, but the highest peak height of the height canopy in direct proximity and relationship to the Oakville GO Station. In our consultations with our Bousfeld's planning group and other professional consultants, their recommendation that we also support is the mid 40 range.
So that would be 25 to 45-ish.
Correct, but again, I want to preface that I'm not saying across the node. This is very site specific, right? There has to be no shadow impacts. There has to be the appropriate tower separation, setbacks, parkland dedication, all of the other appropriate and required planning rationale.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Elgar.
Thank you, through Mayor Burton. A quick question. You've done a lot of detailed analysis of this already. What value do you put on the road that you'd have to give? Like what price tag do you put on something like that since you've done all the details?
Oh, thank you, Councillor Elgar. A very good question. I can't specifically speak to that value with any accuracy to answer that question tonight. You know, the land costs are significant. Obviously, it's also the cost of building the road. And I would welcome a working group with staff to try to illustrate the costs and what the bonus density that is appropriate for the conveyances might look like. But our initial underwriting and assessment is that a bonus of 10 stories on top of 20 for sites that are 2 acres in size isn't quite going to get us there.
Okay, but what you're saying is you really don't have any accuracy, and yet you think you should have about 45 stories. That's really what you're thinking?
Well, we're talking broadly within ranges, right? It was yeah.
Good. Well, you mentioned your principals each have more than 30 years experience. Who are your principals?
The principals of district are Paul Simcox and Emil Toma.
Okay, I thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And thank you, Marcus. I'm going to take a chance on, well, maybe I don't need to, but Bokeman, I guess. So.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That's a relief to hear that. All right, Council, I believe we are out of delegations, the clerk tells me. So your questions are up. Councillor Giddings is first out of the chute, and then Councillor Longo.
Thank you very much, Mayor Burton. In the interest of time, I was happy to hear Mr. Avenant mention about the upcoming council workshop and further public consultation. I think we're going to need several of those given the complexity and the size and the public interest in this. Briefly, though, I was just curious, will the district energy plans or possible plans fall under that same developer cost sharing arrangement?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Giddings, our climate action staff are currently working on a district energy strategy for the town. And I suspect when the results of that come forward, there will likely be another OPA to implement those findings. So it is a little bit of a separate process than this one.
And at the same time as that, we will be having discussions on ATMP and connectivity, as well as an upcoming discussion on parks, open space, and the openness of the area and what's required or what's desired.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, parks are being looked at internally, park strategy, and I believe the ATMP, as well as the transportation master plan, will go into a master planning exercise, I believe, starting next year. And if you need more information, I'll let Jill Stevens elaborate on that, but that's my understanding.
No, that's great. And the one thing that I think it was on Mr. Hirschen's map and was touched briefly in your presentation was the grade separation at Chartwell. For clarity, that's not over the QEW, that's potentially under the railway tracks only?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that's not proposed to go over the QEW at all. It's just simply to create a grade separation, likely underneath the railway for Chartwell Road, due to safety concerns that have been raised by Metrolinx. And I believe our transportation staff are currently working with Metrolinx on initiating an environmental assessment to start looking at what the alternatives, what all the options are for that grade separation might be.
All right, and the difference between developer contributions or working together versus development charges. We're going to have a lot of pipes running under the ground in this area to allow the future residents to brush and to flush. Could you just briefly go through the difference for the people that may be listening or watching this evening?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can take a quick crack at it. I mean, there's essentially the DC bylaw, which I believe there's a small update coming very soon, but it's also going to be, I would say, overhauled, I think, starting maybe or by the year 2023. But that deals with, there's certain requirements and infrastructure that are funded through a DC bylaw. Now with the Planning Act changes, there's also a community benefits charge, which will help to cover some of the other stuff that may include a number of community benefits that aren't included in the DC bylaw. And then I believe, I think right now, some of the cost sharing agreements that we're discussing in terms of maybe between landowners might help, might be covering some of the ones that aren't necessarily covered by those as well. But I think because we're still at an initial stage, that's some of the stuff we will try to work out in the next phase of drafting our OPA.
So,
all right, and this is our the provincial growth forecast to 2051. A number of people have expressed concerns that because of the time frame for building this, that we run the risk of losing additional greenfield in North Oakville because this isn't being developed quickly enough.
Councillor,
can you comment on that?
Councillor, could I ask, you started off fine on the, you noticed that we're going to have the council workshop, and that would give us the time to go into these fairly lengthy explanations for the public. I'm just mindful of the time. We have 3 more items to get through tonight. And normally for a public information meeting like this, what council does is it names the issues that it wants developed for explanation to the public later in the process or to be considered in the report. Could I ask you to draw your questions into just naming issues that you'd like to make sure that are explained to the public and others as we go forward?
All right, well, I think most of them have been done, and the overriding concern is that it is a complete planned community. So I appreciate your comments, and with that, in the interest of time, we'll move forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I really appreciate your consideration. And Councillor Longo, I believe you were next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jeff, just a quick question about climate change and the community energy strategy. On page 43, it talks about meeting two of the objectives or strategic directions, number 3 and number 4. Is there a way of adding strategic direction number 1, which is related to home and building efficiency? So, you know, what materials are used, how efficient the buildings are. So not just, so local energy supply and distribution, district energy, all that stuff covered. And then transportation efficiency, obviously it's a great hub for transportation and active transportation as well. But if we can just add the strategic direction number 1 as a consideration going forward.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I think we can consider that moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Longo. Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Thank you, Mayor Burton, and I will endeavor to not take too long. So first of all, let me thank Jeff for an excellent report, and in particular to all the planning staff, because they spent a considerable amount of time with Councillor Giddings and I earlier in the week, and have got pages and pages of questions that you've also drafted answers to. So I won't belabor those, and they do lay the table for things that I think our residents would like to come up in the workshops. A couple things, though, I do want to emphasize. You've heard tonight about connectivity, and that connectivity has to be a priority, and it's a discussion that's been ongoing for years. You've probably read the thoughtful written communication from JCRA concerned about an assumption about the urban community and what green space will be provided. And it would be helpful when that parkland strategy is available to really talk not just about it's an urban center, but what is it really going to be in terms of park space? Because what I loved also about your presentation is that you'd reflected on some of the learnings we've had as a society about COVID. I have lots of people that I know in Toronto, and the density there has caused a fair amount of concern, obviously, for them. And a well-designed urban community has to put a priority on open space and green space. And if we had some consideration for incentivizing that, I'd like that to be raised higher on the list. We cannot, we could, but I think a core value of Oakville and why people are attracted to Oakville, whether it's right at the transit corridor or in any other of our neighborhoods, is that we value livability in the green space. So I want to make sure that that is something that comes out. I also liked how you framed the issue around above grade parking, but I would love to have you come back and give us examples of how that has been done elsewhere, and how they benchmark the amount of parking that's provided in those communities, and what could be the potential loss of not encouraging underground, because we can never get it back if we don't encourage it. And then I think I want to just close with a more holistic. I've heard some of the earlier comments about it's too prescriptive and there's restrictions, and yet there's a part of me that's concerned that the urban design might be a guideline and not a compliance question. And human nature is, if you've got something and you can maximize its return, you perhaps are looking for that maximum return and not counterbalancing that with all of the other surrounding pieces. So hopefully at the workshop and going forward, you'll also be able to give us some certainty around how is the OPA going to ensure that that vision comes to life, and in particular, the urban design is appropriate for where residents really do want to live and engage. Even if it's different than what we have now, how will that come to life, and how will we protect ourselves from years and years of litigation that try to achieve something different? So those are my comments. We do have all sorts of other questions, but in the interest of time, I will stop there.
Thank you, Councillor. You're always encouraged to meet offline with planners to convey your other questions and ideas at any time that they may come to you. So don't feel like you had to give anything up here tonight. I wonder if anyone would like to move the staff recommendation. Councillor Hazlitt-Deal, thank you. Any objection to? Oh, no one had any. No. They're really good at putting their hand up when they have comments. Okay. All right. There being no objection, the staff recommendation is approved, and the comments and information from the public and council are received. And I thank you, everybody. That was 2 hours well spent. Now we are going to turn to a presentation from our senior planner, Leslie Gilwoods, for the recommendation report for the town-initiated official plan amendment for the Northwest area and Palermo Village, excluding the hospital district. And this would be bylaw 2021-43. And as I understand it, we have one or two registered delegations. And Madam Clerk, would you please, just before Ms. Gilwoods begins, would you read the announcement about how to join the meeting if you're watching and interested?
If there is anyone watching the live stream of this meeting on oakville.ca and you wish to speak to this item, please call 905-815-6095 and we will connect you to the meeting. You will be called upon to speak following the registered delegations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Gilwoods, we are all ears, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Burton, and good evening, members of council. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of the policy planning team to recommend that council adopt OPA 34 for Palermo Village and the town's northwest area, excluding the hospital district. Next slide, please. This map shows the location of the subject lands in northwest Oakville. They're immediately south of Highway 407 between Tremaine Road and the 16 Mile Creek, excluding the hospital district, which is at Third Line and Dundas, and including the existing Palermo Village growth area south of Dundas Street. Generally speaking, the proposed OPA 34 will do three key things. First, it will move the lands currently subject to the North Oakville West Secondary Plan, excluding the hospital district, from the 1984 plan into the Livable Oakville Plan. Second, it will provide policies for what we're calling the Northwest area in the Livable Oakville Plan. And these are based on the existing policies in the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. Third, the OPA will establish modified policies for an expanded Palermo Village growth area. Next slide, please. So the proposed OPA was first presented to council at a statutory public meeting back in November. And at that time, I provided some information about the region and the town's obligation to plan for forecasted growth in accordance with the growth plan. The Palermo Village Growth Area Review Study process, which started back in 2018. And we also talked about the North Oakville Secondary Plans Review. Since November, staff have considered the input received from the public, technical review departments and agencies, landowners, and council, including comments provided at a council workshop on February 2nd. The recommendation report provides analysis of the comments received and the rationale for the OPA being recommended for adoption, including its conformity and consistency with applicable provincial and regional policies. If Council adopts OPA 34 tonight, it will be forwarded to Halton Region for approval. We expect OPA 34 would be approved by regional planning staff after the proposed Regional Official Plan Amendment 48, which you've heard a bit about already and you'll hear more about later. After that's approved by the province. I would also like to note here that regional planning staff may make modifications to the town's OPA 34 as part of their approval. Next slide, please. All right, urban structure. The proposed OPA implements the urban structure adopted by Council through OPA 15 to the Livable Oakville Plan and OPA 318 to the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. It is the intent of the urban structure, as you all know, to protect the natural heritage system and cultural heritage resources townwide, to maintain established residential areas, and to direct the majority of required growth to an interconnected system of nodes and corridors supported by public transit. And here I need a click because there's a little animation. It's about as crazy as I get. So this shows the subject lands within the urban structure. In the adopted urban structure, the majority of the lands currently subject to the North Oakville West Secondary Plan are identified as natural heritage system, employment areas, and parks and open space. And in the area of Bronte Road and Dundas Street, the urban structure identifies nodes and corridors in the location of the existing Palermo Village growth area south of Dundas Street and the Palermo Village North urban core area north of Dundas Street. So that's that puce color. I can't think of a better word. It's not quite pink, not quite purple. Additionally, the urban structure identifies nodes and corridors for further study, which is the purple circle with the hatching, and also proposed regional transit node, which is the blue circle. Also, you'll see here that Dundas Street and Bronte Road are identified as regional transit priority corridors, and that's why we have this node or these nodes planned at that intersection. And that's why we're directing more growth and intensification there through OPA 34. Next slide, please. Here I'm going to briefly touch on ROPA 48. So as part of Halton Region's Regional Official Plan Review or Municipal Comprehensive Review, Regional Official Plan Amendment 48 has been proposed, ROPA 48. This excerpt of map 1H from ROPA 48 identifies Highway 407, Bronte Road, and Dundas Street as higher order transit corridors. That's the green. It also designates the lands outside of the Regional Natural Heritage System as urban area. That's the pale yellowish color. And includes a primary regional node at the intersection of Bronte Road and Dundas Street. So that's the leftmost red circle node along Dundas Street, shown here. According to ROPA 48, primary regional nodes are planned to contain a concentration of residential employment uses and public service facilities as part of the regional urban structure. And they are to have development densities that are supportive of pedestrians and the use of public transit. Further, ROPA 48 would require the town to plan to achieve a target proportion of 60% residents and 40% jobs in the Palermo Village primary regional node. North and west of the Palermo Village primary regional node on map 1H, an employment area overlay designation is proposed. You can see the little blue X's there. This ROPA has been available to the public since February, and our understanding is that the region's statutory public meeting about it will be held in June, and the recommendation meeting will be shortly thereafter. Next slide, please. So, getting back to our proposed OPA 34, the highlights of it are that it enables population and employment growth consistent with or in conformity with the provincial policies, the region's proposed ROPA 48, and Council's adopted urban structure. It enables development of a node and built form that supports climate change mitigation and conforms with the sustainability policies of the Livable Oakville Plan. And it enables continued protection of natural heritage resources, stronger protection of cultural heritage resources, and some flexibility in community design with respect to the location of community facilities and amenities, local roads, and stormwater management facilities. Sorry, I'm having some. And also the northerly crossing of 14 Mile Creek, and I'll touch on that a bit later. I want to reinforce here that while the proposed OPA contains area-specific policies for the Northwest area and an expanded Palermo Village growth area, it's also bringing all of those lands north of Dundas Street, excluding the hospital district, into the Livable Oakville policy framework. And that means that all of the general policies in the Livable Oakville plan will apply. A great example of this is the cultural heritage policies in the Livable Oakville plan, which are more comprehensive and up to date than the cultural heritage policies currently in the Northwest secondary plan. I also want to note that the staff report is recommending that in the recommendations, it's recommending that the review of the listed not designated properties from the town's heritage register in Palermo Village be expedited. Next slide, please. So existing land uses. This is an image of the land use figure from the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. And you can see the existing natural heritage system area and community park area in green, the employment district in yellow, and the special study area in white. Following the required study of the cultural heritage resources in the special study area, Council adopted OPA 306 in January 2011 to provide land use designations and policies for what was then dubbed the Palermo Village North Urban Core Area. There are, however, long-standing unresolved appeals affecting lands in this area. Due to an appeal of the North Oakville West Secondary Plan, the Employment District and Natural Heritage System land use designations do not apply to the large property on the west side of Bronte Road between Dundas Street and Highway 407. And related to that, there is an appeal to the region's ROPA 38. And due to an appeal of OPA 306, the Palermo Village North Urban Core Area policies have never come into effect. Next slide, please. OPA 34 proposes that the land use designations for the Northwest area, excluding the hospital district, be added to the existing Schedule K of the Livable Oakville Plan. You can see here that the proposed expansion to the Palermo Village growth area north of Dundas Street is identified. I need a click here just to bring up the legend. Other than that, the land uses are reflective of what's in the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. The business employment designation replaces the employment area or employment district designation from the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. There's the natural heritage system, which comprises approximately 50% of the land area. There's parks and open space, stormwater management facilities identified, and also the 407 Transit Way and Provincial Transit Terminal up at the interchange with the 407. With respect to the related policies that go along with this land use schedule, we've translated the North Oakville West Secondary Plan into the Livable Oakville Plan framework. We've eliminated redundancies and policies that are operational or descriptive, and a detailed analysis of that work about like what went where and what we did with it was provided as an attachment to the statutory public meeting report back in November. For the proposed business employment designation, the existing employment district permissions have been maintained, and the permitted uses are consistent with what is permitted currently in the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. And also the maximum permitted building height stays the same at 15 stories. There are also a number of functional policies proposed to be carried forward through this OPA. that provide area-specific context and direction for the Northwest area, and they relate to cultural heritage, urban design, transportation, and transit. And I want to emphasize again that these policies are in addition to all of the great policies in Council's Livable Oakville Plan. Next slide, please. So OPA 34 has a proposed Schedule B2 that shows the key areas of the natural heritage system in the Northwest area. It is being brought into the Livable Oakville Plan to support the natural heritage system and stream corridor policies. And the information contained here is currently on figure NOW3 of the North Oakville West Secondary Plan, which is called the Natural Heritage Components of the Natural Heritage and Open Space System. Next slide, please. Speaking of the policies that go with that map, there is an incomplete sentence in one of them, and there are there's a few words missing from the end of policy section 10.11.14 of OPA 34. And we're showing the missing words here in green text. And this policy is based on an existing policy in the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. And what we're proposing is that if OPA 34 is adopted by council, staff would request that regional planning staff modify OPA 34 to add the missing words as part of their approval. Next slide, please. So now we're going to move on to the growth area. So what we're looking at now is the existing land use schedule for Palermo Village, which is only south of Dundas Street. It provides for a concentration of high density mixed uses along Old Bronte Road, and the area has been developing in accordance with this plan, with transit supportive densities and buildings up to 10 stories. Outside of the purple area, the land use designations reflect the existing neighborhoods. Next slide, please. I think there's a gap in my notes. So this is the updated land use schedule for OPA 34, for the updated land use schedule in OPA 34 for Palermo Village south of Dundas Street. So it's a bit of a big map, so I've cut it in half again so you can just see the contrast from the previous. So it's more or less the same as the existing land use schedule, but there is the provision for the extension of the road for future roads through the urban center designation in the area of Pine Glen Road. Next slide, please. Looking north, OPA 34 provides for an expansion to the Palermo Village growth area that includes the former OPA 306 lands from Bronte Road eastward, as well as lands on the west side of Bronte Road over to the 14 Mile Creek and Natural Heritage System. The proposed land use designations and policies build on the existing policy framework for the growth area south of Dundas Street and address input from a number of sources. And we went through all of those in the last meeting, but there were townwide studies for employment, commercial, and just different master plans like the need for the transit terminal and parks, the library and community center space. So the policies provide for an expansion to the mixed use transit supportive node that will develop over a number of years here. It has been planned to have a mix of residential, commercial, and office uses that are integrated with existing cultural heritage resources. There are 3 development districts proposed in the expanded area, each with its own development objectives and character. The urban neighborhood district north of William Halton Parkway provides for high density residential uses consistent with a regional primary node. The proposed land use designation in this area changed slightly based on comments received at the statutory public meeting. At that time, the draft schedule included a high density residential designation along Bronte Road and William Halton Parkway, with some medium residential to the northwest of that. And there were area specific policies to permit higher than typical densities within that medium density area. Instead, OPA 34 is proposing a high density residential designation across the board north of William Halton Parkway, but with permissions for the highest densities along the main streets and lower densities interior to that. So whereas before we were permitting sort of area specific higher than normal medium density, we're proposing lower than normal high density in that northwest quadrant. The Main Street district is focused on Old Bronny Road and Calsa Gate. It continues the Main Street development concept south of Dundas Street and also found in our old OPA 306. The Civic District at the northwest quadrant would provide for a number of community uses and facilities identified through town master planning exercises. Those include a transit terminal, a small scale community center and library, which would be about 15,000 square feet each. Parks, providing for a minimum of 3 hectares overall, and also the requirement for office uses within this district. Next slide, please. So zooming out a bit, this is the big picture of the new updated land use schedule for the entire expanded growth area. I wanted to note a few more things here. With respect to building heights, this area is planned to be a high density mixed use node. For Palermo Village north of Dundas Street in the urban center designation and in the high density residential designation along Bronny Road and Old Bronny Road, up to 16 stories would be permitted on certain corner sites. As always, proposed development would be expected to conform with all of the plan policies, and this maximum may not be possible on all sites. Some land assembly may be required, for example. Further, on some sites, including or in proximity to cultural heritage resources, up to 10 stories may be permitted, again, only subject to conformity with all other policies, including the cultural heritage and urban design policies already in livable Oakville, plus those in OPA 34. It is also noted again here that buildings up to 15 stories are currently permitted within the employment area throughout North Oakville. And the natural heritage system outside of the growth area would provide a separation to the employment area beyond it. There are also policies in OPA 34 related to the proposed transportation network, which would build upon what's currently in the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. OPA 34 also provides flexibility related to the proposed northerly crossing of 14 Mile Creek, which is in the very upper left corner of this schedule. So that crossing may or may not be possible or required. And if it is not required, because we've heard that through the review of the subdivision application further to the west. So if it's not required, the future road network can be adjusted without amendment to the plan. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the urban design schedule for the new expanded Palermo Village. And it supports the urban design policies of the plan and promotes character defining elements such as flexible streets and enhanced streetscape areas, and identifies primary and secondary streets where we will encourage or require retail and service commercial uses at grade. And it provides direction for the location of future parks and urban squares, and provides direction for key gateways and feature areas. Next slide, please. So I've touched on some of the comments we've received already. So this slide just provides a summary of other comments received. Generally, we've received a lot of support from area landowners about particularly the Palermo Village policies. We haven't really heard much about the North Oakville West policies because we're proposing to more or less maintain the status quo there. There are a lot of landowners in Palermo Village North, particularly that are very anxious to move forward. They need these urban policies in place so that they can apply for zoning bylaw amendments and development applications, and then be eligible for servicing through the region. So this is an initial step that they've been anxious to get moving forward on, and a lot of them have been held up by the appeals that are still hanging over this area. I've also listed here the questions or the themes of the questions we've heard through our consultation on the proposed OPA, and there, as you know, the staff report discusses these in greater detail. They've also had from the major landowner in this area an alternate land use concepts provided, which propose a larger growth area that extends all the way up to Highway 407 with the relocation of the natural heritage system linkage further north. We've been using the initial proposed linkage as our boundary, and that's what's reflected in ROPA 48 as well. And those alternate concepts also relocate some of the community facilities within the Palermo Village North area. Next slide, please. So our recommendation tonight is that too many ROPAs and OPAs. So our recommendation tonight is that OPA 34 be adopted. Next slide, please, or be approved. And that bylaw 2021-043 be passed to adopt OPA 34. Next slide, please. That council direct heritage staff to proactively examine the listed properties in Palermo Village to determine which ones may be appropriate for designation. And that notice of council's decision reflect that council has fully considered all written and oral submissions relating to this matter. So that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer your questions, and I'm supported by most of the policy team. We're here on the grid to answer anything that comes up.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gillwitz. I think, again, we'll take the we'll take the delegations, and then, because Council and I will both benefit from those as well as your information. And Madam Clerk, can you call the first delegation?
First delegation is Kevin Singh and Terry Korsak from Korsak Urban Planning.
Welcome, sirs. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Kevin Singh, and I'm the Director of Development for the Argo Development Corporation. With me today is Terry Korsiak from Korsiak Planning. We're very delighted to be here to speak to OPA 34, and we thank you for the opportunity to do so. Just as a preface, as some of you may be aware, Argo has recently partnered with Newmark on the Newmark Developments property to form what's now known as the Palermo Village Corp. Over the course of the last few months, we've been working frantically to catch up to the great work that staff has done, and want to commend them on their efforts, as we feel that their visioning is very much aligned with ours. In doing that, and in saying that, we do have 3 requests for Council to consider tonight. We ask that Council defer their decision on OPA 34 tonight in order to review an expanded growth area boundary to Highway 407, so that the plan can take into account the approved 407 transitway and the Bronte station in order to optimize the great level of transit service that's being planned for here in this area. As part of that, we would ask that the final location of the NHS linkage be considered further, as we believe that there is an opportunity to provide a stronger linkage further north. And lastly, we would ask the Council support our request to remove the employment overlay that's currently shown on the region's ROPA 48, so that we can plan a better mixed-use community that optimizes the surrounding uses, transit infrastructure, while ensuring appropriate land use compatibility. So without further ado, I'm just going to turn it over to Terry to walk you through the presentation we have for you tonight.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Can people hear me?
We can hear you very well, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of Council. My name is Terry Korsiak of Korsiak Urban Planning. We're the planners for the newly created Palermo Village Corporation. As mentioned by Kevin, we're requesting that Council defer making a decision on proposed OPA 34 for Palermo Village tonight. We prepared a brief PowerPoint presentation that will describe the reasons for this request. And we also have comments on the region's draft ROPA 48 as discussed in the report under item 4 on tonight's agenda. For the sake of expediency, I'll also like to provide those comments at the end of this presentation rather than waiting until before it comes up on the agenda. Can I have the next slide, please? So this slide shows the proposed land use plan for the north part of the Palermo Village growth area within a broader context. And it's showing some of the key surrounding features. The most important thing to note on this slide is the planned 407 Transitway and the Bronte 407 Transitway station, situated on the south side of the 407 and east of Bronte Road. The transitway is intended to be a major bus rapid transit facility spanning the entire greater Toronto area, starting from Brant Street in Burlington, going all the way over to Enfield Road in Clarington. The design allows GO Transit buses to run on dedicated lanes separate from the 407 highway. The design also provides the flexibility to convert the bus lanes to light rail in the future. The transitway station on the east side is planned to be a major hub, linking with other services provided by GO Transit, Oakville Transit, and Milton Transit. The environmental assessment for the segment of the transitway from Brant to here, Ontario, including this Bronte station, was just recently approved by the province in October of last year. In fact, that approval was issued by the province, by the minister, about mid-October, just before the staff report was issued with the draft OPA. So they happened almost concurrently. Just recently approved by the province. In our opinion, this provincial approval really does change the landscape for this part of the town. As I'll show you in a few minutes, this will become one of the best served areas in the entire town with transit facilities. The issue we have is that the plan for Palermo, as currently prepared and presented to you this evening, was really done before this provincial approval was granted and fails to take full advantage of this very, very significant provincial transit facility. The other thing I'd like to point out to you on this slide is the area shown in gray on the west side of Bronte Road, immediately south of the 407 Transitway. As Leslie mentioned to you, the lands on the west side of Bronte Road currently do not have land use designations because of appeals that have been put in place by Newmark over the course of time. So it really is a clean slate in this area. Can I have the next slide, please? In this slide, just to give you, again, a bigger picture of what's going on here in this north part of Oakville. So on the slide, the higher order transit corridors, as they're designated in the regional official plan, are shown in green. So you can, and these corridors are going to have dedicated lanes or rights of ways for transit so that it doesn't have to compete with cars. You can see that Dundas and the 407 Transitway are the two main east-west corridors, and Bronte and Trafalgar are the two main north-south higher order corridors. The planned transit stations are also shown on the slide. You can see that there are two stations planned along the 407 at Bronte and then over at Trafalgar Road. A third station had initially been contemplated for Neagawa, but it was not included within the provincial approval. It's our understanding that the town would like to see this Neagawa station and is asking the province to reconsider its decision. If we can focus in a bit more on Palermo, you'll see that it'll have the benefit of 3 higher order transit corridors and 2 stations within a relatively small area. In fact, those 2 stations, the Palermo station and the Bronte station, are only about 1.4 kilometers apart. And this slide also shows the Palermo growth area as proposed in OPA 34 in the area north of Dundas. As stated, we believe it should be extended north to take advantage of the Bronte Road higher order transit corridor, the 407 transit corridor, as well as the Bronte 407 station. We have the next slide, please. This slide shows you the detailed design for the Bronte 407 Transitway Station. And this is taken directly from the approved environmental assessment. You can see it's a major station. You know, this is not like a little spot where a couple of buses are going to meet. It's a very major station. And it's going to have, as I mentioned, opportunity for the various local transit routes and various GO bus transit routes to connect and allow people to transfer from one to the other. It's also providing numerous parking spaces and areas for pickup, drop off, and there's room there for expanded parking if necessary in the future. Next slide, please. So this slide going back to showing the Palermo Village growth area north of Dundas, as shown on the proposed OPA 34. Again, we're showing the context of the transit plan for this area to demonstrate how it doesn't really optimize the 407 Transitway. You can see that gap between the current limit, which is in the red line, and then the 407 Transitway. Go to the next slide. This slide is showing what our thoughts are in terms of expanding the growth area northwards. You can see that it extends north along Bronte Road and absorbs the lands that are currently undesignated immediately to the south of the 407 Transitway. That undesignated area has an area of approximately 12 to 13 hectares by our estimation. In our view, extending the growth area north is logical, as the resultant higher density mixed use development that would be part of it would take advantage of and also support the major transit plan for Bronte Road, as well as for the 407 Transitway. Next slide, please. Again, this is showing that expanded area that we're proposing be considered. And it just shows some additional detail that we'd like to achieve. So one of the main things you can see is that we're proposing that the high density mixed use and residential uses be extended north along both sides of Bronte Road, right up to near the GO station, or the 407 Transitway station. We're also thinking that, and there's flexibility in the current OPA as it's drafted, but we're thinking that perhaps the town could consider having the Palermo Transit Terminal located on the east side of Bronte Road, between U and Old Bronte Roads, approximately. It could be on lands owned by Palermo Village Corporation, just to provide a better linkage between that transit terminal and the 407 Transit Terminal. We heard a lot this evening about active transportation, linkages, etc. Those make fantastic sense, and we think relocating the transit terminal to this side of Bronte Road would allow the opportunity to provide a really good linkage between the two transit terminals. And we've shown that in that dashed yellow line going along kind of the east limits of the expanded growth area and the west limits of the Glenorchy Conservation Authority. The other thing, this figure is showing is potentially shifting NHS linkage area further to the north, so that it's south of the Transitway, and it would connect 14 Mile Creek and Glenorchy. The current plans, as Leslie pointed out, there is a linkage there. It's further to the south. We've had our experts take a look at it. There's no real compelling reason as to why it needs to be at the location currently shown on the plans. In fact, our experts believe that there's a more logical and a better location to shift it further to the north. The linkage is still provided. It would still be, the same width has been contemplated to date in studies to date. It's just a more natural location to connect these two really significant features. And then Kevin already mentioned that, we believe that our vision for Palermo is very closely aligned with the town's, insofar as both the major developer in this area and the town want to see it develop as a higher density mixed use neighborhood that takes full advantage of the abundant transit facilities. We're also aligned on a lot of the main elements such as including a community center, library, an urban grocer, office uses, parkland, urban squares, Palermo Transit Terminal, trails, and connections to the surrounding NHS area. Next slide, please. Now, this slide provides a massing demonstration of our vision for the expanded Palermo North area. This view is looking east from 14 Mile Creek. You can see Highway 407 on the left and Dundas on the right. The taller buildings near Glenorchy Conservation Area represent the high density mixed use and residential area along Bronte Road. Nearer to Dundas are also taller high density buildings, mixed use again, fronting on to Dundas and Old Bronte. And we also felt it was important for the demonstration plan to show the proposed parks. And we heard comments this evening about, when we're planning for these types of mixed use, higher density areas, where a lot of people are going to be in apartment type dwellings, it's important to provide parkland, and we fully support that. And this is showing some of the potential parkland that could be provided within this area. And also the views and connections. From this angle, you can see the views and connections into 14 Mile Creek, so people can enjoy and take advantage of trails within the creek. And then you'd have something similar on the east side, where the area abuts Glenorchy Conservation Area. That concludes my presentation on the Palermo Village Report. And I'd just like to really quickly touch upon the staff report dealing with draft Regional Official Plan Amendment 48, which is item 4 in your agenda, since it's directly related to Palermo. And Leslie, touched upon some of the ways that it is related. If I could have the next slide, please. Now, this slide is a draft or a map from the draft ROPA 48, and it's showing the proposed regional urban structure that's out there for public comment. And there's an expanded box down kind of in the bottom middle part of the slide, so that you can read more easily what's proposed for the Palermo area. And you can see where on that we've added in black, the proposed growth area north of Dundas. And then what we've done is dashed in our proposed expanded growth area that takes you up to the 407. So that's shown in there. And what you can see is the draft ROPA 48 has some blue dots in that area. Those blue dots represent employment area on this schedule. Now, if those blue dots stayed on there, it would, and what were approved by the region, it would require the town to follow suit and conform to that regional plan, which would really remove the opportunity for the town to expand the growth area and to develop this portion of land with a higher density mixed use and types of uses that we think are most suitable in this kind of proximity to a major transit station. Also, just to be aware, I think the regional councillors are aware, but for the benefit of the local councillors, this would be removing the employment overlay in this area would be consistent with how many other areas are being treated within Halton, particularly those in Greenfields areas. The area on both sides of Trafalgar Road and Oakville, south of the 407, you can see where it says Trafalgar 407 Transitway Station. That area on either side of Trafalgar Road is not proposed to be employment currently. It's kind of the area following where the major transit corridor, the higher order transit corridor shown in green, is not proposed to be employment. And that will afford the town flexibility in the future to consider doing mixed use, denser type of development in that area beside the Trafalgar 407 Transitway. And then there's furthermore, on February the 17th at Regional Council, Council directed regional staff to remove proposed employment overlays from two areas in Milton. And those are the ones highlighted in blue. So the first one is immediately south of the proposed Trafalgar GO station. So it's that area highlighted in blue. And that's to allow Milton the opportunity to develop that area as a higher density mixed use node. And the second area that was removed by resolution, or staff were directed to remove by resolution, was the south part of Milton Education Village. And you can see that kind of in the middle of this plan. Again, for the same reason, Milton Education Village is intended to be developed as a node of higher densities and a mix of uses. So one thing I want to make clear, though, is that our request to have this employment overlay in this area removed doesn't mean by any means that we're proposing to eliminate jobs in this area. In fact, we're fully convinced and committed to providing jobs within this area. But we think, in these denser growth node type of areas, those jobs are really appropriate to be in office buildings or mixed use buildings. And we think that's consistent with what we've been hearing tonight on some of these other areas in town as well. So that concludes my presentation. I think Kevin might have a couple of words to wrap it up, and then be pleased to answer questions if there are any.
Thanks, Terry. So again, just to reiterate, we feel that it is essential that the growth area be expanded to include all of the lands south of Highway 407 to take advantage of, again, the great transit infrastructure that is being planned for within this area. And again, as you would have noticed on our plan, part of our initiative is to establish a stronger NHS linkage on the north portion of the site that will connect the 14 Mile Creek system and the Glenorchy conservation area in what we feel is a more logical manner, and we'll be able to provide better access to these natural heritage systems, offering better connectivity from an active transportation standpoint, and to provide direct access even to the 407 Transitway station. And just as importantly, we ask again for council support to have the region remove the employment overlay shown in this figure in ROPA 48 so that we can plan for better employment opportunities, flexibility, and a migration of compatible uses that will allow for better versatility coming out of the pandemic. We thank you once again for the opportunity to provide our input, and welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Singh and Mr. Korsiak. I believe the first questions are possibly best given to the ward councillors. Councillor Sanju, Councillor Palmer, do you have questions you'd like to pursue, or shall I turn to others first? Councillor Sanju.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I don't have any particular questions, but Councillor Palmer and I actually circulated a motion to the clerk's department prior to the meeting, and I was hoping that you might have a copy that you could read out to the folks here.
We have that, and we'll get to that when it's time. So I'll Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I have a number of questions for staff. So I will start. My first question is on page 128 of the report. When we talk about the density ranges, and there's a medium density residential for 35 to 100 units per site hectare, and then high density of 100 to 300. My question to staff is, for comparison purposes, what is the density level at a similar area, for example, in Dundas and Trafalgar? Are we looking at the same ranges?
Through you, Mayor Burton. Brad's on screen, so he may be able to help me out. But the density permission up to 300 units per site hectare is what we're seeing in existing policies in the plan in places like the Trafalgar urban core. or the Trafalgar corridor, excuse me, south of Dundas Street. The high density residential permits up to 200 units per site hectare there. I'm not sure of the density in that corner of the uptown core that you mentioned.
Okay, so I mean, that can maybe be addressed offline as well. I just wanted to know what the specifics are and if we're going as high as, if the permissions are as high as 300 units at that intersection as well. It kind of takes me to my next question, which is around changing the density north of William Halton Parkway. Staff is recommending to change that from medium density to high density residential. And I was just trying to understand the reasoning behind that.
So through you, Mayor Burton, that is in response to a comment from Councillor Elgar, at the statutory public meeting. He was concerned that it was perhaps misleading to call the designation interior to that area medium density when we were proposing an area-specific medium density range that was higher than what you'd see elsewhere in town. So we have instead changed it. So how did I explain it earlier? What was a higher than normal medium is now a lower than normal high in the interior, and then it's a higher than normal high along those main roads up to the 300 units per site hectare.
Got it, thank you. Okay, so page 132, there's a breakdown of the area of Palermo Village, the total residential units and the resulting population. And when I did a quick calculation, if my math serves me right, it works out to 1.7 people per unit. So I was hoping staff could comment on that ratio and if they believe that it will indeed be 1.7 people per unit. And if we're looking at the current population north of Dundas and if it's the same ratio, 1.7.
So through you, Mayor Burton, I can take a crack at that, and Brad can jump in if we need further explanation. So that is based on policies to support high density mixed use development at the node. So this is mostly apartment units and some townhouses, stacked townhouses, low-rise apartments, things like that. So we're not looking at detached dwellings at all in this area through our proposed OPA 34. So that persons per unit number is in line with what we would typically see in apartment units.
Okay, and is that based off census or based off our data that we have of current population?
That's
because, I know that some of the residential, the condo units that we have along Dundas, it's not 1.7. Sometimes there's families living there and quite a few of them. So I'm just curious if we're using our best estimates here.
Through you, Mayor Burton, we typically see numbers from 1.7 to 2 persons per unit in that type of unit. The region has used different numbers over the years, and we see different numbers through the census data. We don't actively track it year by year, unit by unit.
Okay. And then in the presentation that we just had from the delegation, there was comments. I was wondering if staff has any comments on the land use differences between what we have at the Trafalgar 407 Transit Way versus Bronte 407 Transit Way. Just speaking in regards to how the Bronte is right now slated for employment, but at the 407 Trafalgar Transit Way, we don't have that same land use.
Through you, Mayor Burton. So right now, I'm not sure I'm grasping the question properly, but right now on Trafalgar Road at the 407, it's Trafalgar Urban Core, but it requires primarily employment uses. It permits an employment commercial mix, if I'm not mistaken, and we were looking to change that maybe in the long term. And then right now,
that's exactly the question, because the way it was presented is that area is slated as mixed, but this area is slated as employment, and I was wondering if there was a specific reason as to why.
Through you, Mayor Burton, Diane Childs has just appeared, so I have a feeling she has something she wants to say.
Through you, Mayor Burton, maybe I can take a track at it. The Trafalgar Urban Core has been studied, and actually for the lands north of Burnhamthorpe, south of 407, currently residential uses actually are not permitted. It'd be a mix of employment and commercial uses. And what we tried to do when we established this boundary was we were trying to implement council's urban structure, which has identified the areas north of the linkage as employment, pure employment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, and then just going to the community park, and I was just wondering,
Counselor, you have accidentally muted yourself.
sorry guys, I see like all the fingers pointing at you. Thank you. So my question is just around the size of the community park. Is that going to be, I know that typically north of Dundas, we have the larger park land dedication. So would that be the same size as, for example, Isaac Park or George Savage Park? Or are we looking at a bigger park for that area since there's only one?
Through your worship to the councillor. So the park associated with the location of the future small scale community center and library is targeted to be 2.2 hectares in size. I can't provide a comparison in terms of the size of these other parks you mentioned off the top of my head. I apologize for that. However, they are the sizes of these parks for North Oakville are sized in relation to the parks master plan for the North Oakville East Secondary Plan. So they should be similar. In regard to the urban square, it's 0.3 hectares, which is similar, and the village square is 0.5 hectares, which is follows the guidance of the North Oakville East Parks master plan. So it is the largest park, and it is associated with indoor community facilities as well, being the small scale community center and library.
Yeah, that was another thing I noticed, a small scale community center. I mean, what does small scale mean? I mean, we're looking at a medium to high density area, and, you know, we have an opportunity to build from scratch. So we hope that we're looking at a large community center to serve all the population that's going to be coming in. So I just wanted to get an idea of what is small scale.
Through you, Mayor Burton, I mentioned in my presentation that the policies were based on a number of master plans. One of those is the Parks, Recreation, and Library Facilities Master Plan, the most recent update, which recommended a small-scale community center and library in Northwest Oakville, and each of those facilities would be approximately 15,000 square feet in size. And obviously, the detailed design and programming would come, you know, as it was budgeted. But through that document, they were proposed just to be smaller in size.
Okay, and then my last question, and then my colleagues will go with this as well. It's just around, I mean, trails and bike paths and whatnot. I didn't see too much in the report on that. I saw it in the submission by the developer in regards to, you know, a possible trail in the natural heritage system. And, you know, I was just hoping for some comments there. I mean, I know every time we talk about the NHS, it's, you know, it was a long, hard fight, and, you know, to retain that land. And I would hope that we have some plans in place to ensure that we have connectivity to the NHS for the residents that are in that area, so that they can take advantage of, you know, the recreation available in that area.
Sure. So through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor, the Palermo Village growth area in in OPA, 34, is everything inside the natural heritage system. So we don't have, it doesn't show the natural heritage system because it's all enclosed within it, but there's certainly opportunities to connect to the natural heritage system and to have those trails in the natural heritage system, and connections to the multi-use path, say on Dundas Street, to the hospital and beyond.
Thanks, that's all for now.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. I believe I saw Councillor Elger's hand. I'm not seeing any hands right now. Councillor Elger, if you
thank you.
still want to go.
Through you, Mayor Burton. My question was going to be of Mr. Koziak, but I'm fine if Leslie can answer it. And it's regarding, I just want to be clear, if I've gone through this, on the transit, am I correct that they would like to move the transit facility from their property that Mr. Koziak is representing to somebody else's property on the east side? Is that how it works?
Through you, Mayor Burton, yes. They are proposing to relocate some of the facilities we had hoped would locate within what we're calling the Civic District at the Northwest Quadrant, more to eastward.
Okay, okay, so it's on somebody else's property. Now, the stormwater management pond, is it also moving from their property proposed to go somewhere else?
Through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor, I think they were proposing to move it slightly westward into the valley, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't recall the details. Mr. Korziak may be best.
Okay, maybe you can
answer that
confirm that. And also, the NHS also, are they moving it off their property onto somebody else's property? Is that the proposal?
Through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor, they're proposing to keep it on their property, from what I understand, but at the very northerly limit, right tucked against Highway 407 and the off-ramp.
Okay, so I didn't read it right. That is tucked right tight to Highway 407. Great place for animal crossings. Okay, Leslie, one other thing, and it bothers me. We're moving our Northwest plan into our livable Oakville plan. My concern is using terminology that is different. The terminology is the same, but the numbers are totally different. High density residential goes from 51 to 185. Up here, we're going from 100 to 300. So if you live in South Oakville or south of Dundas and you're moving up there and you consider high density, you might not think of it's going to be 300. Like, can we say like high density residential on steroids, or like, how do we just reword it, name it somehow, so that medium density means something to the whole of the livable Oakville plan, and high density means something to the whole of the livable Oakville plan. So we have one plan. Can we not throw another word in so that we know there's a little difference in the definition?
Through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor, you will recall in the old official plan we had different degrees of density. We had, I think, residential medium 1, residential medium 2. We could employ a similar approach town-wide eventually. Right now, like it is an area-specific plan, and they are area-specific policies that are explained. It's a high-density mixed-use node. So, and we do have the example, as I mentioned, along the Trafalgar Road corridor, where high density goes up to 300 units per site hectare. So, it's something we could look at structurally in the plan through our eventual conformity amendment and our residential policy review.
I would appreciate
anyone else wanted to weigh in on that.
I would appreciate that, because I really do feel that we want consistency throughout Oakville, so that the terminology, if we could have it the same, it'd be great. Even if we have to throw another word in with it, that would be good. So other than that, I thank you for the report. It was a well done report. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar.
That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson is next.
Thank you for the report. I just have a couple questions. One comes from what we talked about in the report about the fact that the community center will be attached with the big park, but the fact that the developer's perception of it will have it in 2 different locations. And so can you comment on that for me?
Through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor. Yes, OPA 34 has a different vision for those community facilities that are needed in Northwest Oakville. They're proposing a different approach, and ideally, in past practice, our parks and open space and rec and culture staff have wanted those facilities co-located, just for the opportunities for programming indoors and out. So that's something that will have to be sorted out.
Okay, thank you. And my other is still the connections south. I didn't see anything that really worked on connections in terms of across Dundas to the rest of Oakville.
Through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor. So we haven't proposed an overhead crossing of Dundas Street, but we have talked about the regional roads and the challenges that the regional roads present, and the fact that even if we were to provide grade separated crossings of those regional roads, there would still be a need, if there were landing places even, to provide such facilities, we would still need to provide safe crossings at ground level, because people will always want to or opt to cross at ground level. So we need to work with the region on the design of local roads. And I know there's some discussion in the report about, opportunities to take a break in your crossing, like on an island or a median in the road, or reduced lane widths, reduced speed limits and things like that. But again, it's the regional roads. They're important roads for goods movement, and they are a challenge to us achieving our local planning objectives.
That's why I would like it on record that I'm very concerned about moving the civic element into that space between Bronte and Old Bronte Road at any point with this, because that pedestrian aspect of crossing Bronte Road to get to them from the North Palermo site, plus the people south that would use that same civic area to get across Dundas and across Bronte from like Bronte Creek subdivision, would be at risk. They'd have a double regional road to cross.
All right, thank you, Councillor. That's noted. Councillor O'Meara and then Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to staff. I don't think I have the full understanding of this transit station that the applicant had written out. I mean, it's barely a mention in our staff report, but it looks like it's the next coming of Union Station up there. So I'm wondering what are they saying that I'm not getting out of our report here that's happening, and are we seeing the same thing that they're seeing? And if so, how are we planning to accommodate whatever it is that's coming there? That again, I'm to be quite honest with you, it's one of the first times I've heard about it this week. So if you can maybe shed some light on what that is and what is supposed to come there, and what are the implications for our community that we're going to put right beside it.
Through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor, I am maybe not the best person to talk about it, but I can talk about it generally. So the province has a transit station proposed at the 407 and Bronte Road to support their future, long-term future transitway along the 407. I think they've just completed an EA to determine, where it will be north and south of the 407 from Burlington through Oakville, and to support that future facility, there will have to be these transit stations. The timing is unknown as far as I know. And I don't know if anyone else on staff can provide more information.
Yeah, do we know volumes? Is it 1 bus a day? Is it 10 buses? I mean, what should we in our roadways be bracing for there? Or have they not even got to that point yet?
Councillor, I can shed a little bit of light. It'll be a long time coming, and it's so far in the future, I don't think we have any idea how many buses a day, but the EA contemplates quite a few eventually. And the gist of what Ms. Gill Woods was saying was it's a long ways out there.
Okay, well then thank you for that, Your Worship. Then I guess my question would be is, even if it's a long way out there, we're approving this community that's going to be there for longer than by the time this gets built. So what sort of connections are we envisioning up to where this location is that will tie in
this transit station moving forward here.
Well, before Ms. Gilwoods attempts that, remember that we review our official plans every 5 years or so. So it's not necessary to see, 50 years into the future with perfect clarity, and that's a good thing because nobody can. We have to look every 5 years or so under the Planning Act. Ms. Gilwoods or perhaps Ms. Childs got the finger up, and I think that means you've got the answer.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Burton. To answer the councillor's question, Oakville Transit has identified the need for a transit terminal actually in the Palermo Village area itself. I'm sure once that is built and in the very, very far future, when the province does build the transitway, I'm sure there'll be connections from the transit facility to the transitway station. I think you'll see that our transit facility in Palermo Village, there's a need for it a lot sooner than the province will develop the transitway.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple, two quick questions. One's with the heritage attributes of the village. Do we know how many built forms of heritage are located? And I know there was some discussion if it can't be redone there, it has to be moved. Do we have any idea how many of those buildings or built forms there are?
Through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor, I don't know the exact number offhand, but everything in Palermo Village is either listed or designated the cultural heritage resources, mostly in proximity to the intersection of Dundas and Bronte Road. There are area-specific policies related to the maintenance and integration of cultural heritage resources on top of our very robust and recently updated general cultural heritage policies that talk about conservation and integration of cultural heritage resources. In addition to that, as I mentioned, there is the recommendation before you tonight to proactively advance the designation of any of those listed heritage properties that warrant designation under the Heritage Act.
So the question has to be asked, we're doing this quickly, just because of development in that area to make sure we have our stakes in the ground saying it's a non-negotiable, non-touch areas? Is that why we're doing this quickly?
Through you, Mayor Burton, I don't know that we're doing it quickly. I mean, there's a long history in Palermo, like the requirement of the special study area policies in the North Oakville West Secondary Plan for the Palermo Village North Urban Core area. The reason that had to be studied, why it was called special study area, was to look at the cultural heritage resources in that area. And there was a study done probably in 2009, 2010, prior to the adoption of OPA 306, the very beginning of 2011. So we do have a good understanding of the existing cultural heritage resources. We've had, this hearing that hasn't happened, and just staff resources. We haven't been able to do the research required to advance designations where appropriate throughout our heritage register, not just in Palermo. So that's why you have that recommendation about prioritizing Palermo.
Thank you, Leslie. And the last question, well, it's not really a question. I was kind of, I guess, mildly shocked with respect to this transit way that's running parallel to 407. I guess it's just my naivety, but it seems that here we are taking more green space and putting concrete and asphalt into a long distance roadway when you got the 407 right beside it. To me, it doesn't make sense, the logic with respect to doing a transit way when you've got the 407. However, knowing the 407 is a privately operated highway, to me, it just kind of rubs the wrong way. That's just my comment. Thank you.
Well, we'll let the province know. I guess is all we can say. All right. I'm going to go back to the Ward 7 councillors. As Councillor Sanju said, they've circulated a resolution that would have the effect of approving most of this and deferring 2 or 3 bits of it. Councillor Sanju, did you want to read your Oh, yes, actually. Councillor Sanju, I'd like you to read your resolution, and we have two more delegations, but it would be, I think, fair to let them hear it so they know what is on the table eventually here. Good. So, Councillor Sanju, could you do that?
I would be happy to. So the motion on the table is that the proposed town-initiated official plan amendment number 34, OPA 34, Northwest Area and Palermo Village, excluding the hospital district, file 42.24.23 be adopted on the basis that it is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms or does not conflict with applicable provincial plans, the Region of Halton official plan and the Livable Oakville plan, has regard for matters of provincial interest, and represents good planning for the reasons set out in the report from the Planning Services Department, save and except the following policies. Items 7A, extending the growth area north to the 407 corridor, and 7B, shifting the proposed NHS linkage north, be deferred, and staff provide further information and research to council for consideration. 2, Section 22.4.2 be deferred, and staff be directed to report back to council with enhanced policies on cultural heritage. Section 22.4.1R, parking, be deferred, and staff be directed to return the policy upon the completion of the parking strategy. Staff is also to report back in June with an update on items 1, 2, and 3 that I've just read, and that's notice of council's decision reflect that council has fully considered all written and oral submissions relating to this matter, and that those comments have been appropriately addressed.
Thank you very much. So, with council's permission, I will now leave you to think about that, and I'll ask the clerk to call the next delegation.
The next delegation is Frank O'Brien from the Halton United Church Extension Council.
Oh, hi, guys.
Welcome.
Can you see me? And I've been watching this for hours, and I was hoping that you weren't watching me the whole time, just in case my camera was on, but I guess it's been off.
Welcome. We look forward to your information, sir.
Thank you. I represent the Halton United Church Extension Council, and we own a property on Old Bronte Road, and it's near the Palermo United Church, which we're also associated with, but we're not actually representing here tonight. At the last meeting in November, we were told that there was going to be contact with the planning department, and there was absolutely none. We haven't heard a thing until we got notice of this meeting, and then I had to print off 72 pages of this report that you are looking at, and I see you're looking at a much larger report than the one that I have. And if you don't have a color printer, you can't tell what all these designations are on the maps. So anyway, it was a bit of a surprise, but I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is that in that last meeting that I was speaking at and watching, many of the councillors were saying what an opportunity this is to show how Oakville is a highly livable community to the rest of the country by creating an all-electric area. Nothing happened. Did anyone even bring it forward? I don't know. It doesn't sound like it. And then the second thing is the issue that virtually everybody has been walking around without dealing with is the issue of the rivers that run between the community. We call them Dundas Street. It's not a street, it's a highway. We'd call it Bronte Road. It's not a road, it's a major highway, and it's going to get more major. And we might as well call them rivers because they so divide that community that we're trying to build over there. So I don't see, other than a comment in this report, that there's some dream plan of having a pedestrian bridge somewhere up there that will cross one of these major rivers to connect the community. I think there needs to be some real emphasis on the fact that these are going to be separated communities. This is going to start to look like Mississauga. Now, the other issue that I hoped that you would be looking at is the defining characteristic of this property, of these properties, are the rivers that run through it and the employment lands that are to the east of it, the northeast of it. Those hospital lands are going to attract some of the most well-educated, well-paid, health-conscious new employees into town. They're the dreamlands for the town, and they're going to grow. And the people that live in there are going to be very health conscious. They're going to be looking to, bike to work, walk to work. I've walked it. It's 2.5 kilometers from the intersection. Going up William Halton Parkway. The plan doesn't seem to talk about how you connect those health-conscious people to use bikes or scooters or anything electric to get to those hospital lands. It's almost as if we're looking at a plan that hasn't been finished yet. It's like I don't want to be the person who says the emperor has no clothes, but there are no clothes in this thing. There's some great opportunities to make us, the livable place in the country that we know we can be and we should be, and there's an opportunity to be, and yet it just seems to be left on the table. There should be more residential areas connecting to those employment lands, not across the highway, but connecting to those employment lands. There should be small neighborhood communities connecting together. The north, the south, the east, and the west are different areas unless you can come up with some kind of connecting plan, and it won't be inflexible, expensive dreamland bridges. It will be maybe a small electric bus that just continually circles around those 4 areas. The last thing is I would hope that the council will defer its decision for a month to allow this potential, which I thought was going to be, moved by some of the councillors, to have an all electric quadrant and say, look, we are different from the rest of the country. We will do these things. We are Oakville. We're the place where everybody wants to live, and we can be a little bit different. And as far as the heritage decision, we own an old, abandoned, basically, building. Inhabitable, can't have water, sewer doesn't work. The town wouldn't allow us to put either water or sewer in it. So we're going to be designated as one of these heritage buildings. No one's really ever talked to us about it. And yet now I see in this plan that it's one of the priorities to move that ahead without any further discussion. I hope that the councillor who suggested that be deferred until June or until some later date, by all means, gets her amendment approved, because we're out in the cold here. Just by somehow or another, the planning department decided that everything should be designated as historic. So that's all I have to say. I must commend you guys for the hours that you put in, the detail that you put in, and you do have the interests of the citizens here. I've been here for 40 years, and when I first came here, I'm long retired. I was one of the bankers that was financing the Mississauga Square One up the Mississauga Road developments. And the things that we did then were make sure that you don't have any mixed landowners having to try and assemble lands. Get all the land you can first, make it easy on the community and make it easy on Hazel, and they'll give you a whole mapped out plan, and they just rubber stamp it. And that's what happened in Mississauga, and I hope we don't become another Mississauga. Let's dig our hands in there and say, yes, electricity, here's an opportunity. Cultural, sure, there's an opportunity, but let's think it through. Some way of connecting or isolating these isolated 4 quadrants of Dundas and Bronte Road. Let's figure it through, because this is going to last for the next 20 to 40 years, your decisions tonight. And there's a great opportunity here. I hope we just take it. Okay, thanks. Enough.
Thank you very much, sir. Council appreciates your advice and your information. Council, you have one more delegation? We have one more.
The last delegation is Rennie Carlson.
Rennie Carlson is our next delegation. Welcome, Rennie. The clerk assures me that Ms. Carlson is here, and so we'll just have to ask, are you still muted? Is there any way we can help you to be heard? Ms. Carlson, welcome to the meeting, I hope. The clerk is telling me that Ms. Carlson hasn't unmuted, and that's in fact, that's all we know about the technology here. So Ms. Carlson, if you can hear us, please unmute yourself and share your information with council. Okay, council, the clerk is trying to call Ms. Carlson to see what the difficulty is. And I wonder if you would appreciate a 5-minute bio break at this point. You've been sitting for 3 hours. Councillor Palmer?
Your Worship, I just wanted to bring to your attention that my colleague, Councillor Duddick, has had her hand up for a while.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Duddick.
Thank you very much, Council Palmer. I just wanted to take this opportunity, having had the benefit of Mr. O'Byrne raising the heritage. If I am not mistaken, I believe it was Councillor Giddings and myself who attended with quite a contingent of our heritage staff and our heritage committee to address those houses that he's referencing in close proximity to Palermo United Church. And there was an excellent document that was done by our previous heritage staff, Mr. Michael Seaman, where he basically had done a huge inventory of all the properties up in that particular hamlet village. And so we have significant heritage documents, as well as Trafalgar Historical Society have done a considerable amount of work as well. So just wanted to reassure my colleagues, some who may be new on council, there's a long history on this, and we are very much engaged and have been all the way through.
Thank you, Councillor Dudek. I'm sure that Mr. O'Byrne appreciates that. So I'm waiting for word from the clerk as to whether Ms. Carlson can be reached. Actually, let's use the 5 minutes that I offered you for a bio break. At least one of us could use one. Thank you. We'll be back at 9:55, 9:56.
Hello?
Got on. Oh, hello,
Hello?
Ms. Carlson.
just two more and we'll be able to resume.
Thank you
1,
so
2,
much.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more. Councillor Haslett-Thiel, are you with us? Councillor, okay, we have quorum. All right, council is resuming after a brief. I think so. Thank you. All right, council has been in a brief recess while we struggled with a little technological problem to enable Ms. Carlson to join us and to share her information on this file. Ms. Carlson, we look forward to what you have to tell us.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for the problem. Good evening, Your Worship and the councillors. I would like to speak as an owner and a representative of a few owners in this location, which is Palermo north of William Holton. And I would like to please ask for the council not to further defer the decision, because we've been waiting for this decision, of which we are very, very supportive and very happy with the plans which were presented here tonight by Ms. Gilwoods and by Ms. Childs and Mr. Abma. And we would like to please ask the council not to further defer, because we've been waiting for, I believe, in excess of 10 years for this development to happen. And that's all I have to say. And thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Fareem. You know, it's good to have a little reminder because of some other things we heard this evening, that this is not something that's just come out of the blue and we're hurrying through. This has actually been very long in the making, as you point out. So thank you very much for sharing that. I think now we can turn to Councillor Sanju, who has put her motion forward. I don't believe we need to repeat it, but if anyone would like it repeated, we can do that. Councillor Elgar, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton, I would like to speak to the proposed motion by Councillor Sandu. We've been working since 2000 to get the natural heritage system right with all kinds of experts, and it took years to get it laid down. And when I hear that we're going to shove it up against 407, it's sad to even hear we're even considering it after all the work that went into it. So I absolutely will not be supporting this motion whatsoever. I would ask all members of council not to. This is not right. And there's just too many things, moving stormwater management ponds around in different areas, switching transit to the east side instead of the west side of the road off the property. I will come up with another motion if this fails. I'd be happy to with the staff recommendation, but I cannot support in any way shoving or looking at shoving the NHS anywhere other than where it's been for years. Thank you.
Councillor, are you, you know, I'm not sure that's what Councillor Sanju has actually moved. As I understand it, she's moved the staff recommendation, and she has not moved her motion does not move a stormwater management pond. It doesn't do any of those things that you just said. So, Councillor Sanju,
maybe she could read out what she's doing with the natural heritage system proposal to look at it again.
Order, Councillor, please. We won't get anywhere if we're interrupting each other.
I wasn't. Sorry, Mayor Burton. You just said something. I'm responding, saying I thought I heard the natural heritage system mentioned by Councillor Sandu. If I am wrong, I am sorry.
I was only asking you to show the consideration of not interrupting me until I'd finished speaking, and I guess I'll just leave it there. Councillor Sanju would like to speak in response to what you said about her motion.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. And just to Councillor Elgar's comments, I really would just wanted to elaborate. So the motion on the table by both Councillor Palmer and myself is basically for staff to go back and re-look at those three portions of the report that we have in front of us. It's not to move or change anything. It's just for them to go and have another look. There's certain pieces of it that we're not satisfied with. One piece is parking, the other piece is heritage, and the third piece is the NHS. So we wanted to make sure that we had more time at the table to make sure that this wasn't something that progressed overly fast over the next few months to make sure that we were getting certain ducks in a row so that things could go to the region as they needed to, but we wanted to make sure that our concerns were addressed on those three pieces.
Thank you, Councillor, for that explanation. Council, may I put the vote? Councillor Adams.
Thank you very much. I'm a little bit concerned about the proposal to adopt, but not really adopt the plan. And, you know, if you're going to defer it all, I think is what my preference would be, because I find the piecemeal approach to be problematic. If you're trying to hold off and look at the northern pieces, then what's the point if you're already adopting the rest of it? I kind of feel like you're asking staff to do work that they've already done. And I wonder if staff could speak to the proposal that's before us here and whether it makes sense to be passing the components that are being described. The staff recommendation has more to it with respect to the existing part 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and I'm not sure how this motion relates to the staff recommendation in terms of the bylaws and so forth. So I'm a little bit confused about what's being asked of us here.
Thank you, Councillor. Commissioner Garvey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there's two ways to approach the issue. One is to approve, for lack of better words, the entirety of the plan, save and accept some small local issues, and have those considered over the next couple of months. This would allow us to get the bulk of the plan to the region to meet their timeframes, and give the guidance of the town to the region as they review and go through their MCR process. The alternative is to defer the entire plan to a future date. I think probably June would be in order. The challenge there would be to make sure that the region has our comments on the bulk of the direction of the plan to incorporate it into their process. It's entirely at council's discretion, but either process would be valid. Relating to the bylaw, my suggestion is that we not consider the bylaw tonight, that we would bring back the revised bylaw at the next meeting in April, where we can show a revised schedule detailing the deferrals and the policy specific to the deferrals mentioned in the councillor's proposed resolution.
And so this issue of the natural heritage system and the expansion to the north, if you're looking at those, aren't you basically throwing away the staff recommendation? And if you're going to be looking at those kind of modifications, then how can we be adopting the bulk of the plan here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I don't think we're throwing anything away. I think the direction is to come back with additional information to make sure that council's satisfied with the position that staff are putting forward. So it may or may not change. It's up to council to make that decision. However, we would be bringing back additional information to satisfy the councillor's concerns.
Okay, and the issue around the parking, is that something that could be completely separated from everything else or not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the parking could be separated. It's an entirely local issue, and our suggestion would be to tie it into, as the councillor noted in her resolution, to the parking study, and it could follow along in due course. The more urgent pieces that we would bring back at an earlier date would be advice on the natural linkage, as well as the extension of the village boundary.
Okay, and so would you describe the cultural heritage issue and the parking issue similarly in as much as they're more local than the NHS and expansion to the north?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much for the information.
All right, thank you, everybody. Before I turn to Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I think we all have a great deal of respect for the knowledge Councillor Elgar has about the natural heritage system. But what I would like to call out is that I think there's knowledge missing here that would help us just get to a better place of understanding. And I think that's why the deferral is being asked for. You know, and whether it's Councillor Elgar or staff, giving us some of that additional insight would benefit us all. And while I understand there's a regional time frame, this is a critical piece of the development plan. And if the ward councillors themselves have some detailed questions and haven't been able to get the answers that they need at this point, I'm going to support the deferral in the hopes that we can come to a greater understanding to do the right thing, which is to protect the natural heritage system and animal crossings and all of those pieces, but just to have the assurity that we have the knowledge to make that decision appropriately.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duddock.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel, and I appreciate Councillor Sandhu trying to assist staff in facilitating moving this forward while still, you know, withholding some of the areas of concern that she had. My concern is some of these areas sort of they cross over into one another. And so you really can't take one item out of another without looking at it whole, in its entirety, should I say. And so I think really what was being suggested, deferring it in its entirety, we have that benefit, you know, as just previously spoken to having all the information. We have one opportunity to get this right. We've done so much work thus far. Let's not do something that we'll regret after having had all this good work go prior to this point.
Thank you, Councillor Duddock. I am going to support the Ward 7 councillors. For 15 years, I've preached the concept that we give the ward councillors some consideration and, you know, allow them, and in this particular case, a little bit of time to work out 3 or 4 issues. So if I may, I'll put the vote. Is there any objection to the resolution moved by Councillor Sandhu? Councillor Elgar?
No, I just want to say recorded vote, please. And also, don't forget that I was a councillor for that ward for 18 years. Thank you.
Well, perhaps they should defer to you then. All those in favor of the, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll and you answer yes or no if you're in favor of the resolution?
Councillor Palmer? Yes or no?
Yes.
Councillor Chisholm? Yes or no?
Yes.
Councillor Ischina? Yes or no?
Yes.
Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel? Yes or no?
Yes.
Councillor Elgar?
No.
Councillor Longo? Yes or no?
No.
Councillor Duddock? Yes or no?
No.
Councillor Adams? Yes or no?
No.
Councillor O'Meara? Yes or no?
Yes.
Councillor Robertson? Yes or no?
Yes.
Councillor Grant, yes or no? Councillor Grant, yes or no?
Yes.
Councillor Giddings, yes or no?
Yes.
Councillor Noel, yes or no?
Yes.
Mayor Burton, yes or no?
Yes.
Passes.
Did you call every, member?
Except for Councillor Sandu, I did. And she
Oh.
moved it, so.
Councillor Sanju, you've been recorded in favor of your motion.
My answer would be yes, thank you.
So the motion carries 11-4. It was close. Congratulations to everyone on both sides of the question. Can I turn our attention now to item number 3 on tonight's agenda and item 4. Item 3 is the Regional Official Plan Growth Concepts Discussion Paper, Integrated Growth Management Strategy, report from the Planning Services Department. And Kirk Bigger, our senior planner, is standing by to present on it if desired. We have no known registered delegations. We only have about 20 minutes left unless we extend the hour. Item number 4 is the ROPA 48 matter. Is there a motion to extend the hour? Councillor Knoll, thank you. May I put the vote? Any objection to extending the hour? Raise your hand, please. It's close, but that carries. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Bigger, are you ready to begin?
I am, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it's lovely to see everyone tonight, and I think the team's done a great job with the matters before them. This is a presentation really to introduce Oakville Council and the community to the growth concepts discussion paper and provide some comments from a town staff perspective. Oakville's regional councillors will have reviewed this similar materials at their council meeting of February 17th, 2021. It's important to note that this is just another step in the process of the region's official plan review, and that opportunities to engage in this process will be ongoing, including directly with regional staff who have committed to be making presentations to the local municipal councils on their regional official plan review and recent work that they've been bringing forward. Next slide, please. So the regional official plan review is underway in partnership with the local municipalities of Oakville, Burlington, Halton Hills, and Milton. And council will recall that the growth concept discussion paper is a critical component of the integrated growth management strategy, which is a key element of Halton's regional official plan review. This is the strategy to figure out where future people and jobs will go in Halton, how to manage growth at the regional level. Also known as the IGMS, the Integrated Growth Management Strategy is being undertaken within the context of the provincial policy framework for growth management, and central to this framework is the 2019 Growth Plan. This requires a combination of forecasted population and employment growth. Next slide, please. This is an image from the region's work, but also in the staff report before you tonight. Essentially, Halton is planned already to the year 2031, and so is Oakville. This is a result of our previous official plan reviews from 2009. You may have heard of ROPA 38 over the years, and that's what brought the region's official plan into conformity with the last set of growth plans. The new growth plan, the 2019 growth plan, now requires Halton to plan for an additional 20 years from 2031 to 2051, which is shown on the lower part of this slide, where the colors start to darken up a little bit. These are the 10-year increments of growth
to 2031, 2041, 2051, which will take us to 1.1 million people in Halton region and a total of 500,000 jobs. It's important to note also that the 2019 growth plan continues to emphasize the achievement of complete communities and involves the integration of climate change considerations into growth management and planning decisions. Next slide, please. Just a bit of background and overview regarding the official plan review. Council and the region have been advancing a number of reports on the IGMS, and those have been also communicated to Oakville Council. We've seen a growth scenarios report, we've seen an evaluation framework, and some community engagement around that. And we more recently were looking at some discussion papers, including a discussion paper on the regional urban structure. As we go forward, there'll be refinement of these growth concepts based on further analysis as well as feedback from upcoming public engagement, and that information will be used to determine a preferred growth concept, and that will be advanced as part of the official plan review at the regional level as part of a future regional official plan amendment, or ROPA. I just wanted to add at this point that the determination of a preferred growth concept places regional council at the very center of a complex problem. Conformity with the 2019 growth plan will require evaluating trade-offs, finding a balance, and making some difficult decisions that will have long-lasting impacts on the landscape and on Halton's communities. For example, will Halton grow in place on existing urban lands or convert prime agricultural lands to more urban area? Will Halton mitigate climate change by creating urban, mixed-use, pedestrian-friendly, and transit-supportive complete communities? Or will Halton aggravate climate impacts by building outwards in suburban, single-use, low-density, and car-dependent areas? Just some key questions that are under consideration. Next slide, please. So as we begin to unpack the discussion paper, and there's a lot of information and a lot of really good work's been undertaken, very technical in nature, and very substantial amount of reading and understanding. There's some key terms that I'd just like to touch on as we have our visit this evening that will help understand at a very high level how some of these growth concepts are shaping up, what goes into making them, and how they are similar and how they're a little bit different. So intensification is a term, it's defined, and we get this definition from the growth plan, but it generally means the development of a property or site at a higher density than something that currently exists. So it implies that there's existing density in an area. Intensification. So when we talk about intensification in the growth plan, we're talking about development occurring in an area called the delineated built up area, and in Oakville, that's pretty much the land south of Dundas Street. So intensification south of Dundas in the delineated built up area. The growth plan sets out a minimum intensification target of 50% for all residential development to occur within the delineated built up area on an annual basis. So that's intensification. Another term that's being used in the integrated growth management strategy, and you'll see used in the discussion paper, is a term called densification. And that's essentially a rate of residential growth targeted for the designated greenfield area in the region, plus the intensification rate. So we have a base 50% of intensification, and then we have a certain amount of residential development occurring in the greenfield area, and that combined creates this notion of densification. In Oakville, the designated greenfield area is essentially the lands north of Dundas Street. And the amount of densification, so greenfield plus intensification, is a key difference between the growth concepts that we'll touch on here in this presentation. Next slide, please. Another set of terms that help to understand the types of growth required and the types of growth that will be deployed in Halton are these notions of community areas and employment areas. So within the settlement area, we have places for employment, business parks, industrial areas along highways and railway corridors. Those are fairly traditional employment areas, and you'll see that term used. And we have community areas, and that's land for housing and population-based employment, for example, in commercial centers, mixed-use areas, also some of the schools, for example, and those sorts of facilities to support residential areas. So that's what's known in the integrated growth management strategy as community areas and employment areas. And those are two big categories for us to consider. Next slide, please. So there have been 4 growth concepts prepared, and they consider to varying degrees the issues of affordable housing, housing type, cultural heritage and cultural resources, employment trends, preservation of agricultural land and natural heritage features and systems. And each in the paper, they're described in tremendous detail and a lot of breakdown on how they accommodate all these various concepts throughout the notions throughout the concepts. But I'm just going to touch on very quickly here how they're kind of classified or differentiated from each other in terms of their densification and what they're named as. So concept 1 has a 60% densification, and it's considered a moderate greenfield expansion. Concept 2 has 70% densification and a limited greenfield expansion. Concept 3 has an 80% densification, and it's only considering an employment greenfield expansion. So you'll notice how as the densification number increases, the amount of greenfield expansion decreases. And finally, concept 4, which has the lowest, in fact, it doesn't have any densification, it's just an intensification concept. It has the greatest greenfield expansion. Next slide, please. So this is, again, at a very high level. Each of the 4 concepts, when it's all added up, they account for a certain amount of settlement area boundary expansion. So how much new urban land needs to be added in order to accommodate growth of population and employment. And so here on the left side of the slide, you'll see just a very quick summary of the gross area required for each concept. So again, as densification increases, the number of hectares of greenfield expansion decreases, as you'll see through concepts 1, 2, and 3. Concept 3 really only is accommodating some employment expansion, so it has the lowest number of hectares being added to the urban area. And concept 4, the opposite, has the greatest amount of hectares of greenfield being added to accommodate residential and employment growth. All of these boundary expansions, although they're different by concept, they're generally located in similar areas in Halton. And if you draw your attention to the right-hand side of the slide, and it's not the largest image, but you might be able to get a better view out of the discussion paper itself. But generally speaking, the bluer areas and the slightly darker buff areas are where expansions are being contemplated, generally south of Halton Hills and Milton's existing urban areas. And so that's kind of where when we talk about settlement expansion, it's not Oakville, it's not Burlington. We're built out, we're urban all the way to the limits of our municipal boundaries. But these areas have potential expansion areas, Halton Hills and Milton. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So just wrapping up what the discussion paper touches on, again, at a high level, there's an evaluation framework. And again, this goes back to some input that Oakville Council has provided on the IGMS. But there's this discussion paper is presenting the evaluation of the growth concepts. And Council will recall the themes around urban structure, infrastructure and financing, theme 3, agriculture, the environment and climate change, and theme 4, which is growing the economy and moving people and goods. And so there's a system of measures and criteria that have been used to essentially evaluate these different concepts within these themes. It's important to note that the idea behind the framework is not to pick a winner over any of the other concepts, but it's really to explore ideas around trade-offs and a range of choices between the concepts when allocating population and employment growth. The evaluation is also intended to guide community discussion and public engagement. So as I said, it's not really about picking a winner based on this evaluation. It's to compare and contrast the concepts relative to each other for discussion. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the staff report touches on some of Oakville's perspectives, and this I'm going to take you back to previous work by the policy team on a discussion paper around early stages of the IGMS, when different scenarios for growth were being tested and analyzed, and some material was produced by the region, and town produced a paper. We call it a white paper, just to inform, again, Oakville's thinking around growth and growth management. So I want to kind of go there a little bit, and the report goes into much greater detail, which I'm not going to go too deep on tonight, but just to touch on some of these ideas. So essentially, and you've been hearing this a lot, you've seen this figure, it's our mantra in policy: the town's urban structure is how we focus growth, and livable Oakville is our growth management strategy. The white paper essentially at the time was pointing towards the concept that had the minimum amount of greenfield expansion in order to protect natural heritage and agricultural lands. A preferred growth concept should support existing local urban structure, should be building complete communities in a compact urban form with sustainable transportation choices. So a concept that builds on these principles will be the best way, as the paper discussed, to reduce carbon emissions from transportation, buildings, and as a major way to combat climate change through land use, future development. So we like to think the way forward for Oakville requires an evolution of the status quo, which is going to include higher order transit as a way for a lot of people to get around in Oakville to combat traffic congestion, a shift to more apartment style housing in compact, walkable, strategic nodes. And that's going to improve the affordability of housing. It's going to improve community health, getting people out of their cars and walking and biking and rolling, as we like to say. And having that mix of housing and a range of housing will help be a way to support an aging population as well. Next slide, please. So I think this is about the last slide, I think, before we get into next steps. And just to touch on a couple of other points that the staff report draws in, we're seeing in Oakville, through evidence provided through our research and our analysis and our official plan review and all the studies, and we've been hearing a lot about that this evening and at previous policy items around our mixed use nodes, and intensifying employment opportunities. We have a lot of evidence showing that for Oakville's market, we have a strong future in high quality, dense employment opportunities and mixed use developments, and through intensification of employment and other uses at strategic locations. So that's how we see the future in Oakville. And then a final note, again, there's a chorus of voices at the regional, throughout Halton, so locally and regionally, talking about this 2051 planning horizon, and it's putting some unnecessary pressure for converting agricultural land to other land uses and to urban uses. And staff's opinion, as expressed in the report, is that this is a premature need, and that we might stepwise consider adding new urban lands as we begin to achieve some of the planned growth that's already set out. There's a lot of land already available for urban growth, and we can accommodate a lot of growth on existing urban lands. There was, in February, I'm just sort of looking at my notes here. Yes, next slide, please. So just wrapping up, the determination of the preferred growth concept is going to focus on key questions around growth management, fiscal impacts, climate change, to name a few. There's going to be ongoing public engagement and stakeholder input as an important role for determining the preferred growth concepts, and we're starting to see a lot of interest in Oakville and across the region in these matters. For now, the discussion paper, the growth concepts discussion paper is out for a 100-day commenting period, which ends May 2021. And the final concept is expected to be produced in fall of 2021. I will add at their meeting of February 17th that Regional Council requested staff to request the province to allow more time in this process to permit proper in-person informed consultation with the public and to ensure that the public can fully participate in the process of planning their communities for the period 2031 to 2051. So there's a feeling, again, a chorus of voices about how we're being rushed a little bit in this process given the pandemic and the nature of engagement, and that some people can't fully participate and we need to have a little more time to do that. So we'll see where that request gets us, but I think it's reasonable. Finally, next slide, please. I'm just going to review the recommendations from the staff report, but I understand there may be other recommendations being brought forward tonight. But essentially, it is to receive the report and then to circulate the report to the region and all our local and agency partners for information. And that concludes my presentation. I'll hand it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bigger, for a very good presentation. Council, questions for Mr. Bigger? Councillor Grant. Councillor Grant, I saw you unmute yourself, but for some reason we can't hear you.
Here we go. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm just mentioning that I don't necessarily have a question. I'm just saying that I appreciate the fact that we're considering the fact that we need more time during the pandemic to get further questions from people who may, stakeholders who may have more questions about how we plan to take over some agricultural lands in the area. So I'm very pleased that Mr. Bigger included that in his report. And so I'm thanking him and would certainly be happy to move this issue.
Thank you very much, Councillor Grant. The Council, I circulated an additional clause to the staff recommendation, and it basically asks that the regional staff work harder on the option 3 that has the minimal expansion of green, the minimal expansion into the white space, the agricultural space, and so on, to give us a true no sprawl option as part of the public consultation leading up to a decision in the fall. It doesn't do anything more than try to create the option for consideration. It doesn't pick an option. And this same motion is, of course, being brought to the Regional Council meeting Wednesday by Halton Hills Councillor Jane Fogel and myself. So are there questions? If there are no questions, may I call the vote? Is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. That carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. The fourth and final item on our agenda tonight is the Regional Official Plan Review Draft Regional Plan Amendment 48. And this is an amendment to define a regional structure. And back to present is Senior Planner Kirk Bigger.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. And thank you to Council and the community for their patience this evening. It's always it's important that this information is conveyed, as Mayor Burton likes to point out, and sometimes it goes a bit long. But this won't take too long. Again, there's a lot of information that's been circulated and shared And so I would encourage council to review it on their own time if they haven't already, or to keep reviewing it because it sometimes takes a while to get through it. And of course, we're here to assist if any clarification or questions arise. This, as Mayor Burton pointed out, is a presentation to give an overview of draft regional official plan amendment 48 and provide some comments from town staff. I won't go into every single comment that we make in the report. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the regional staff and the region has secured an opportunity through the province to proceed through their municipal comprehensive review and stages of the regional official plan review to go in stages. And so the region has prepared what's called a regional official plan amendment, or ROPA. I'm trying to not use too many acronyms. I always get in trouble for that around the shop. But draft ROPA 48 is being presented for public comment, and it's essentially attempting to define a regional urban structure. And the thrust of that is to advance strategic local municipal planning priorities related to urban structure. So this is at the core of growth management, nodes and corridors, transportation corridors, those sorts of things. And again, we've been hearing about Palermo Village and Midtown this evening, and not too long ago we were hearing about Bronte Go major transit station area. These are all critical pieces of urban structure for Oakville and for the region for accommodating growth within that intensification area or within that built up area. So a regional official plan helps to define and provide direction on elements of the urban structure, including, as I mentioned, urban growth centers, major transit station areas, regional nodes, and employment areas. I want to note at this time that the conversation we're having with regional staff around the evolution of the official plan review and the draft of ROPA 48 has been a very positive engagement between all the locals and our agency partners and with the region. And I think that there's been some really positive back and forth. And I think it's indicative of a collaborative approach and to good working relationships. Having said that, town staff have identified some areas yet where draft ROPA 48 would benefit from some further refinements. Next slide, please. So what I'll use the rest of this time tonight to describe just briefly what ROPA 48, is trying to accomplish and where we have areas still to be refined. A lot, as I mentioned, a lot of town opinion is expressed, town staff opinion is expressed in the staff report. We're happy with where a lot of these policies have landed, but as I mentioned, a few still to be refined. So as you've been seeing, the mantra, the town's urban structure, a townwide urban structure for the first time, bringing the north and the south together. And as Leslie pointed out in her presentation, the goals are to protect natural heritage system and cultural heritage resources, maintain the character of established areas, and to direct the majority of required growth to an interconnected system of nodes, corridors supported by public transit. So Livable Oakville is our growth management strategy, and the urban structure is how we manage growth. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the region, you'll see on the left side of this slide, the region is proposing an urban structure and a hierarchy. And so they've identified, as per the growth plan, an urban growth center, major transit station areas, primary regional nodes, and secondary regional nodes. And then on the right-hand side of this table, you'll see how our nodes line up with the region's proposed urban structure. So Midtown is an urban growth center, Bronte Go is an MTSA, and they're highest on the hierarchy. And we get into primary regional nodes, Uptown, Hospital, Palermo, again, centers for mixed use, employment, residential, commercial, office type development. And then some secondary regional nodes. Some of these are very near and dear to your hearts in your wards, Kerr Village, Bronte Village, downtown Oakville, and the Neagawa Urban Center, which is another area for further study in the town's official plan review. One of the key organizing features in ROPA 48 comes from the 2019 growth plan. And that's this idea of a strategic growth area. And you'll see it, the acronym here, SGA, strategic growth area. And these are defined as within settlement areas, nodes, corridors, and other areas, this is from the growth plan, that have been identified by municipalities of the province to be the focus for accommodating intensification and higher density mixed uses in a more compact urban form. So this is all lining up from the province to the region to the town, urban structure, mixed use nodes. And just a note on corridors, again, an important feature, linking nodes. The region through draft ROPA 48 is proposing to bring in nodes at this time, and that corridors will be brought in at a later regional official plan amendment through the rest of the region's official plan review. So we're just dealing with nodes in ROPA 48. Corridors will come later, and they're also quite important. So Trafalgar Urban Core, Dundas Urban Core, those sorts of corridors. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just to touch on some of the areas where we feel further refinement would be appropriate. For example, an area where we're in alignment was touched on by Mr. Abma earlier this evening, the boundary of Midtown Oakville growth area. Again, some refinements by the region. This is represented in ROPA 48, and we have no concerns with that type of refinement. For an emerging MTSA, Bronte-Go Major Transit Station area, we have two things here to discuss on the slide. First is the yellow boundary, which identifies the MTSA boundary, again, established by the region, being brought forward through ROPA 48. And we feel that this is an appropriate boundary, and it reflects our local study and involvement by the region in determining that boundary. The vision for Bronte-Go MTSA, and I'm repeating a little bit what you heard on March 8th, is for a complete community and a vibrant pedestrian-friendly hub focused on employment while introducing residential uses through mid-rise mixed-use development. So as I mentioned, the boundary, the yellow line, is no concerns to the town, but when you look at the blue hatching of the on the slide, it shows the region's employment area overlay, and the region through ROPA 48 is proposing to only lift a portion, a very small portion down in the corner of the Bronte-Go MTSA would be permitted to have non-employment uses introduced. And the region has said that the rest of the Bronte-Go MTSA would have the employment overlay lifted through the balance of the municipal comprehensive review, but the town view is that that employment overlay should come off sooner rather than later in order for us to get on with bringing forward our amendments, which reflect local work and local priorities. So we feel that's an appropriate response. Next slide, please. Thank you. There's another concept that, again, we have some support for at the town level. The growth plan establishes growth forecasts for population and employment, and minimum density targets of combined people and jobs per hectare is how the growth plan focuses and distributes that forecasted population. So we talk about minimum density targets in urban growth centers and major transit station areas required by the growth plan, as shown in this table. Midtown Oakville, 200 people and jobs per hectare is the long-term target, minimum target, and Bronte-Go MTSA is for 150 people and jobs, residents and jobs combined per hectare, long-term minimum target. So we don't have a problem with, we don't have concerns, town staff doesn't have concerns with the minimum density targets proposed in draft ROPA 48 because they're required by the 2019 growth plan, and we consider those non-discretionary. We also support establishing minimum density targets for other strategic growth areas, and that to be informed by work conducted at the local level. So all the town's official plan review work and all the studies that council's involved in, we want to put that up to the region and use that as a basis for establishing policies for growth and development. Now, what we are having some concerns with is this notion of target proportion of residents and jobs. Town staff don't see this as a requirement of the growth plan. And I believe the staff report suggests that we're straying into the area of discretionary type policies. And then we don't feel that it's appropriate to include them in the draft ROPA and they should be removed. We're getting a sense that this type of policy development at the regional level is becoming an overly prescriptive type approach, and that locally we should be trying to establish these types of ratios and balances at the individual growth area level. Next slide, please. Thank you. It's another area where town have identified some areas of concern. In addition to the table that presents these target proportions, there's a series of policies being proposed to that seek to plan for employment uses in certain strategic growth areas by employing such notions as employment targets or minimum amounts or thresholds of gross areas, gross area in developments, and we're seeing that it's almost like it's being written as a zoning bylaw at the regional official plan level, and we don't really support these requirements as stated in the staff report. We feel rather that the regional official plan should really enable and direct policy development at the local level. That shouldn't be overly prescriptive in the regional official plan, and that a one-size-fits-all approach for these types of requirements might not fit all of the strategic growth areas where they're intended to be applied. So that's where we're firmly of the opinion that, first of all, these types of requirements will be challenging to implement, and that for Oakville in our market, we need to have a future that's flexible and based on mixed use, especially in the face of some current uncertainties that we're seeing through the pandemic and other changes to employment and other types of land uses. Just wanted to touch on the February 17th meeting where draft ROPA 48 was presented to Regional Council. There was a motion passed there as well that's fairly consistent with this approach that town staff are advocating for, to consider a flexible and responsive policy approach for population employment at the local level. Again, in light of ongoing changes around the nature of employment, trying to dig a little bit deeper into the success, what makes a mixed use node successful. And then also that motion at Regional Council requested regional staff to consider local input in defining growth node policies. Next slide, please. So draft ROPA 48 timing next steps. This is moving quickly, and I think we're all motivated at the local level to see it move quickly because we want to be able to advance our own local planning studies in the context of ROPA 48 and in the support of ROPA 48. Or with the support of ROPA 48. So we understand, and again, the timelines are shifting, but most recently we anticipate that Regional Council will host a statutory public meeting on ROPA 48 in June, 2 months from now, and that Regional Council will be aiming for an adoption meeting of ROPA 48 in July. So it's going to happen very quickly, and we do have still some opportunities to provide additional input on the way through, but our main next touch in on ROPA 48 will be at the stat public meeting in June. For Town of Oakville, we anticipate that phase 3 of the ROPA will have substantial work to do when the policy directions are being produced, and we'll be keeping council updated accordingly. And because of the pace at which it's moving and the amount of information that's being shared with the locals and with councils, we may have missed something. And so, like I said, we have some opportunity to continue to engage and to continue to provide information to the region through our process. And that is my last slide on ROPA 48. Could I have the next slide, please? And just to to review the recommendation for this evening, which is to receive the report and to submit the report to the region as part of their statutory process for ROPA 48 and the official plan review, and then to circulate for information our report to our local and regional partners and agency partners in Halton. Thank you, Mayor Burton. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bigger, for a captivating presentation. Council, do you have questions? Councillor Chisholm and Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Worship. The comments made with respect to overly being prescriptive with respect and non-support by the staff and some of the planning issues of ROPA. What happens if you're not to any agreement to those conditions? Is that something that goes back to regional council for recommendation of changes? How's that processed out if we don't have an agreement between the region and the municipality?
Through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor. At this stage, we're providing comments and input to the region to see what changes we might be able to influence or secure through that process. When the next draft is presented, it'll be to regional council at a statutory public meeting, and there'll be information again provided to council to help with their decision making, and ultimately going to an adoption meeting in July. There's always the opportunity to not pass a decision at council, for example. But I think at this stage we're hopeful that we can achieve what we want through the discussion and through working with our colleagues and through the two councils.
I would agree with you, Kirk. I just want to know what the process, if there wasn't agreement with the municipalities and the region on some of the issues you're talking about, being overly prescriptive into almost a zoning direction. I just want to make sure that we have the ability to, I don't like the word appeal, but have that discussion, and I'll deflect to my regional councillors and how you deal with those situations if they come to the regional council for some type of decision.
Councillor, I'd like to add a little dimension to that, if Mr. Bigger doesn't mind. If all of the local municipalities that make up Halton come to an opinion that they're being overly prescribed to, council's the final authority on what the ROPA will say. And everybody on regional council knows how to move amendments and to debate, and so things often work themselves out.
Thank you, Worship. That's a comfort level. Thank you.
I can't remember who I said was next. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Kurt. Just to follow up on some of these issues we're having where we don't coincide. We're not aligning yet on a regional level with our ratios and these things. We've had these discussions in particular with our staff about the Brawny MTSA, and thank you for that. Will staff commit to maybe just keeping us abreast either via memo or something about whether we continue to have, whether we make any breakthroughs or just give us some documentation so that we know where maybe there is some daylight between town and the region? Will you guys commit to keeping us in the loop on that? If we get breakthroughs, great, but if not, it'd be great to keep abreast, because I know there are many balls up in the air being juggled at once.
Ms. Childs wants to take that particular hot potato.
But Kirk did smile. Through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor. Yes, we will definitely keep you up to date and with all discussions that we're continue to have with the region. And I'm hoping that we can align. And that's why I thought it was important for policy staff to bring this report forward at this time, so that we get it into their hands before they finalize the draft they're bringing forward to their stat public meeting.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Elgar is next. And if anyone else has a hand, show me now. Councillor Elgar, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. I just want to thank staff for the report and how they wrote up Oakville's official plan review. And the number one thing they mentioned as their first goal is to protect the natural heritage system and cultural heritage resources. And I'm glad to see staff have put that in at the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think we all agree on that. I see no other questions. Can I have a motion to accept the staff recommendation? Councillor Knoll was the quickest reflexes. Is there any objection to the motion as recorded in the agenda? Madam Clerk, there's no agenda. Councillor Knoll's motion carries unanimously. Council, it's now time to rise and report, and we just need a motion to rise and report. Councillor Longo, thank you. Is there any objection to rising and reporting? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. That motion carries. I rise and report the Committee of the Whole has met and made recommendations on public hearing item 1, discussion items 2, 3, and 4, as noted by the clerk. A mover and seconder for the report would be in order at this time. Councillor Lischina and Councillor Grant, thank you. Is there any objection to the report? Madam Clerk, there being no objection, the report is adopted. Council, would someone move and someone second consideration and reading of the bylaws? And as listed in the agenda, Councillor Chisholm and Councillor Longo, thank you.
We're not passing 2021-04 because that was item 2, which didn't get passed.
It did get passed with 3 deferrals or 4. It passed 11 to 4.
No, that's, item 2 is this one.
Item 2.
Is this one, where we didn't pass the bylaw.
I thought we did. Her motion was to pass the bylaw.
We didn't pass the bylaw. No, we didn't pass the bylaw.
For item 2?
Mm-hmm. That was on the northwest area in the plan.
Yeah, I know.
But we didn't pass the bylaw.
Well, Councillor Sanju,
Motion if you need one.
well, let me read Councillor Sanju's motion. That the proposed town-initiated official plan amendment number 34 be adopted on the basis that it is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms or does not conflict with applicable provincial plans, the Region of Halton official plan, and the Livable Oakville official plan, has regard for matters of provincial interest and represents good planning for the reasons set out in the report from the Planning Services Department. Save and accept the following policies, and there were 3 listed.
Okay.
It's staff to report back in June with an update on items 1, 2, and 3. That notice of council's decision reflected council's fully considered all written and oral submissions. We passed the bylaw.
We had a clause here that we took out.
I believe the vote was 4-2.
What a peculiar thing. Okay, so
But the bylaw.
so the
it was
motion
said,
is
I
that
believe-
the plan amendment is adopted, but the bylaw was omitted. Wow.
Your worship,
Yes?
I specifically asked about that, and I believe staff said, if you do this, then we're coming back with a different bylaw at a later date based on the review.
I haven't heard that there would necessarily be a different bylaw, only that there could be. But
Only
in
that
any
it could
event,
be, but the motion that was passed by council didn't pass the bylaw during council.
yes, I've already, but thank you for the extra correction. We've already digested that. Thank you. So we are only adopting the confirmatory bylaw. Thank you to everybody for your help on that. Any objection to the confirmatory bylaw? Madam Clerk, I see none.
Who was the movers?
I can't remember anymore. Who is our mover and seconder for the confirmatory bylaw? I need a mover, Councillor Knoll.
It was Longo and Chisholm at the time.
Thank you.
It was Chisholm and Longo.
Chisholm and Longo, thank you very much.
Okay, now we can vote.
Now I can vote? Is there any objection to Councillor Chisholm and Longo's motion? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. It's carried. We've reached the end. Thank you, everybody, for your time and attention and your many fine contributions. It's been terrific working with you, and this meeting has now ended.